Be sure to check out Heat number 3 and all of the ensuing Heats for cup tasters. And also, let's go ahead and get ready to welcome our first Brewers Cup competitor of the day. Coming to us from that beautiful city in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina is Holden Taylor with Cooperative Coffee Roasters. Let's welcome our judges on stage and get ready to hear Holden.
How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? How are you doing? We test some music. As soon as it starts, I'm going to go right into it, so you won't have to reset it. Hello everyone, my name is Holden, and I come from Asheville, North Carolina. There comes a time in everyone's life when something changes you forever. And honestly for me, recently that was the birth of my daughter. We've been trying for years to try and have a baby. We had 3 miscarriages, and ultimately it came down to us getting pregnant and getting stuck in a place that wasn't our home because of a complication. My baby was born 3 months too early, and what that led to was a complication with her breathing, and she wasn't able to live without oxygen for months. It was really hard, and honestly, the only thing that got us through was community. And the second that everything went down, I called my friends at Cooperative Coffee Roasters, told them what was going on, and they, without any question, absorbed my business of 3 years and gave me a job immediately. And without that, I wouldn't have been able to afford to get through. So very grateful to them for that. And then our friends flew across country to check on us, and honestly, really just driving home the meaning of community and like togetherness and why that's so important. Today I have a coffee from Burundi for you. It is from a washing station called Yumoka Washing Station in Kayanza, Burundi. It is a natural process coffee. This coffee is sun-dried for 7 days. Then it is moved in parchment bags to the warehouse for 5 days, and then moved to raised African beds for 25 to 30 days. After that, it gets shipped off to us and we get to enjoy it. This coffee is grown at 1,800 to 2,200 meters above sea level, which really accentuates that sweetness and the other flavor calls I'm going to be going over with you guys. So here we go. I'm doing a 1 to 15 ratio pour over. That being said, I'm starting with 16 grams and then doing a 1 to 2 ratio balloon. Waiting up until 30 seconds, and then I'm going to add my first pulse of 105 grams. And I'm going to pour directly in the center to try and bring out all this sweet, fruity flavor that I think this coffee really highlights, and I'm excited to share that with you. My second pulse is going to be another pulse of 105 grams, completing the 240 grams. And on that one, I'm going to do circles around the edge to kind of finish out that body. Now I want to tell you a journey about this coffee. This coffee comes from Yumoka Washing Station in Kayanza, Burundi, and most of the farmers there deliver this coffee to the washing station by foot or bicycle. So really drives home that meaning for community that I've been talking about so much. Without community, we wouldn't be able to get anything done. Having people around us that help us get through everything every day believe it was Brian Solis that said, community isn't belonging to something, it's about doing something that makes belonging matter. And I believe that is super amazing. This puppy's gonna finish up at about a minute or 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And then we'll get to assess the aroma. See? So at the end of all this journey, my daughter ended up being so great. She's doing great, no oxygen. She's a happy 9-month-old now. And things have just come together full circle for us. And we're just so grateful for all the people in our community and all of the communities combined that kept us safe and kept everything just moving. And really what I'm trying to get across today is that community is so important for not only coffee, it's important for politics, it's important for anything under any blanket in the world. Without community, we wouldn't be able to exist. So in just about 30 more seconds, we'll be able to assess the aroma. Today I chose the origami air because the resin doesn't have any heat sink and it just helps really keep that coffee hot with the hot water and just keep things moving the way it should. I also use these Time War scales because they're cute. That's the only reason. Here we go. I'm going to set this in front of you and just wait a moment and I'll tell you when to assess the aroma. Thank you. If you wouldn't mind just giving it a quick swirl and then we can go over the aroma. And you can sniff when you're ready. Thank you. So what I would describe the aroma as a sweet strudwaffle with a delicate finish of sweet caramel. Take your time. I'll tell you when to sip. All right. You may taste it whenever you're ready. And for flavor, when it's hot, it's going to be a bright orange rind with a black tea finish. And as it cools, it's going to transform into a juicy orange flavor with that same black tea finish. For aftertaste, you're going to taste that orange acidity just kind of lingering, and it's going to leave a nice pleasant taste in your mouth, kind of making you want a little more. All right. For acidity, it is a medium acidity, much like an orange, and as it cools, it's going to mellow out and maybe intensify that acidity a little bit. Sweetness, to medium sweetness to high sweetness as it's hot, leveling up as it goes to cool. In body, it is a silky body with like sweet like caramel and feeling a little thicker as it rolls up your tongue. As it cools, it becomes very juicy. Thank you so much. And like I said before, community isn't belonging to something. It's about doing something that makes belonging matter. Fine.
All right, everybody, let's give it up for Holden Taylor. All right. How are you?
I'm a little jittery. It was more jittery than I expected to be.
That's all right.
Yeah.
You know, stage fear is so real.
Yeah.
I know I'm feeling that too.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit more about the coffee that you chose to serve today.
Yeah, so this coffee was imported from Red Fox, and we were sent 6 samples to choose from, and we all unanimously, all 4 of us in the production team, chose this coffee just because it was so sweet and orangey. That was my favorite call. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love that big citrus call on it.
Yeah.
Holden was kind enough to brew this coffee out for our audience yesterday at our slow bar. It's tasting great. Also, let's say congratulations on the birth of your daughter.
Yeah! Thank you.
What is her name?
Her name is Maeve. So,
Maeve. Incredible.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, we're so happy that Maeve is here.
yeah, thank you.
And safe. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much.
with
Yeah.
us. And yeah, let's go ahead and give it up one more time for Holden Taylor.
I gotta get to sleep last night, so we're feeling crazy.
There's no problem. I'm gonna scoot out of here. Thank you. Oh yeah, that's fine. No, you're fine. Sorry, I'm just gonna grab my stuff. I do. I like. Awesome. Oh yeah. Yeah, and then yeah, I don't actually get friends here. Yeah, all my friends come here. Yeah, so I am. There. I know. Yeah, I would
judging. Harold's a judge for this. Let's go.
How do you know?
I don't know. He's right there, right? Or maybe he. I don't know.
He didn't tell us that. So we got But if he was told
Let's go, Pack!
I'm not a fan.
There's only from Immaculata. They sent samples today.
You could even grind it. No, just come. Bye.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get prepared for our second competitor of the day. Coming to us from Newberry Street Coffee in Boston, Massachusetts. Kind of something cool.
Oh, coming. All right. Lovely to see you here. Welcome there. Thank you. And I tried some music by any chance? Can you just lower by a little bit, please? Test. Can you guys hear me okay? Yes, you guys good? Yes, thank you. May you repeat the songs again, please? Like from the start. Thank you. Alright guys, just give me a second to breathe before we start. Time. Coffee saved my life once, and I wanted to use a meaningful impact for others. My name is Pat from Newberry Street Coffee Roaster. Please allow me to share you the story. A story of us. 6 years ago, I started my coffee journey with one cup of coffee from Billy Mammon. This coffee gave me the opportunity to start a new chapter of my life, to learn more about coffee, from picking, coffee sharing, processing, roasting, and brewing. I am drinking the coffee from this farm, a honey geisha that I personally grow and donate to 4 years ago. This coffee have a beautiful malic acidity representing Thailand's terroir. 4 years ago, I was challenging myself to compete in the National Brewer Cup stage. But it didn't go as planned. The mistake was mine, not the coffee. Therefore, I'm drinking the coffee from the same farm, the first farm I ever used in the competition, from Jose Galador, Finger Nugo, a natural Panamanian geisha with fermentation, come with full of grape and tartaric acidity. These two memories are the key to my journey, and now they are reunited to create a new chapter for us. Together, they form a new blend. 20% of Thai geisha and 80% of Panamanian geisha, creating a new story and a cup of coffee that I have never been served ever before. These two coffees have a slightly different in character, but together with this ratio, is creating a new flavor note of blackberry and plum. This coffee was roasted 5 days ago with an air roaster, and now they are at the absolute peak. To highlight the full potential of this blend, we carefully roast them to the same solubility, targeting 13% of development time. This approach keeps the component aligned during extraction, resulting in a balanced and harmonious cup. To brew the best for this coffee, I choose the Area C1, a zero bypass brewer invented by Korea with 7 years of iteration. The treated plastic, along with the small compact size, help maintain heat, stability, and create a high traction with clarity. And another drink, invented by Ray, help minimize the water falling and control agitation, enhancing on a silky and brown mouthfeel. And a seamless, fast distributor, help with the faster drawdown, highlighting on flavor and aftertaste for this specific coffee. Now, I will start by using 14 grams of coffee, grind a little bit coarser to about 800 microns to make sure water can pass through easily, allowing black tea lingering in the aftertaste with 4 equal pour to 200 ml of water to create a beautiful balanced cup. Sorry. Now, I will start by pouring 50 ml of water for every 40 seconds and do a gentle swirl on the first pour to create a uniform extraction for blooming. Since the start, I have been searching for a way to highlight the acidity. During the journey, I met Terry and Kwan Wu from the MIT Latte Lab. With the help, we learned that the longer blooming time help enhance on the perception for acidity. And we found that 40-second blooming help highlight on malic and tartaric acidity for this cup. As for water, I'm using 2.7 part of magnesium and 1 part of calcium to amplify the aroma and the acidity for this coffee. And I am using 96 degrees Celsius of water to create a higher temp extraction and to intensify the aroma from the geisha rider. Now, please help me note down the information about the coffee description, and let's start by the aroma. For aroma, you will find a medium in intensity, and you will smell purple grape, violet floral, and cacao. For flavor, it's medium in intensity at all stages. When hot to grape, you will start by having blackberry, blackcurrant, and purple grape at all stages. When warm, you will find purple plum, orange blossom, and cacao. When cold, you will find blueberry. Aftertaste is medium in intensity at all stages, and you will find black tea lingering. As it cool down, become more like purple plum sweetness. Oh no, sugar, purple plum aftertaste. Now, acidity is medium in intensity at all temperatures, and you will find malic like grape at all stages. Also, tartaric, sugar, malic like cherry, and tartaric like grape at all temperatures. And the malic was from the tiger plant. Sweetness is medium in intensity at all stages, and you will find, when hot, a fresh blackberry and blackcurrant sweetness. As it cool down, become more on dark brown sugar sweetness. Mouthfeel is medium in intensity at all temperatures. When hot, it's juicy. As it cools down, become more silky and dry. Now, to highlight your aroma experience, I decided to choose the Essence Carafe, which has the narrow neck, help maintain the aroma inside. So please, stir the carafe 5 times and evaluate the aroma.
Let's give it up for Pat! All right, Pat. How are you feeling?
Yeah, release.
A good release for sure. All right, tell us a little bit more about your routine today. I'm so intrigued by the blend that you used. We've seen one of Jose Gallardo's coffees already in this competition, but you have to be the first so far to use a Thai coffee.
Oh, second.
Oh gosh, see, I should have been paying closer attention yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Tell us a little bit about this particular blend that you created.
So Jose coffee is the first coffee I ever used in the comp, and I got a chance to use this coffee today as an honor. So I appreciate it, and thanks to a lot of people who helping me with this comp. I'm not alone here. I have so many people behind this routine, like roaster, producer, team, people, and everyone. And the Thai coffee is a bit special because I donated this coffee and grow this coffee by myself 4 years ago. So it's a bit fascinating to have this coffee in hand. We're very lucky to have help from multiple organizations, like I'm a barista. So we donated this coffee a lot in the past, and also trying to improve, elevate the Thai coffee specialty back in the day. And I think that's fascinating.
It's so incredible to see Thailand come onto this stage of litigation, much less to have a coffee that you have stewarded all the way through to arriving at this stage today. Tell us a little bit about the brewer you use. You use the Oreo Z1. Tell us a little bit about why you chose to use that brewer today.
I choose the C1 because it's actually fit well with this coffee. With zero bypass brewer, it's actually help deliver the flavor for this coffee. So it has to be pushing forward to the extraction to make sure that the Thai coffee can come out. Because sometimes, we are still a very young origin to produce specialty coffee, but we are on the way to do better. So to do that, I think the OSC one really helped me pull out the flavor of that coffee.
Incredible. All right, everybody, let's give it up one more time for Pat.
And in just one moment, we will have our third competitor of the day taking the stage, Christian Bach, coming to us from Greenway Coffee in Houston, Texas. We'll be back in a minute with Christian's performance.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that way.
Yeah.
That's the sign of a good company. Bringing the floor from there to there. Just think about it. Right there.
It's so good. I love this. Or is it you or Jake that are supposed to have this one? I just was like, I was just sausage.
Actually, that's a good cupcake.
Nope.
And then I sat there.
What up, dog? Yeah, you're sick. Over there in Texas? Really? Shit, you, man. I was like, damn, world class service. Banana, you got breakfast on there?
I had the oyster too. I'm just saying I'm fine.
Far from the water over here.
I know, I would trust
Cool. But I told you, man, get me out there, man. I'll get some work done. Now I'm playing. We'll figure it out with time after X. I'll be in Seattle for a week after here. Until Wednesday. Nope. I'm doing straight through. Who all here is from Texas?
Do you think you can come down for it before? You got to see the process. Are you gonna be here? Or is it better to like catch this on a good ride? I was thinking we could just go to I'm 29 seconds. That's a big table.
No, because I would have to fly from Seattle or from here. I have to cut either one trip short or extend it.
Let me. Oh no, something.
I have to see. Oh yeah, I know.
One day to do so.
Medellin has direct.
Is somebody live streaming this? Oh no.
I have to see. Yeah, we chatted about it. Yeah, I know. What are you doing? Right now? Anything new? Look over there, man. You can't talk to anyone. What's wrong with you? Well, here's some music. Philip.
Jamie's in LA, but she's kind of
Yeah.
Holy weed. Edison? Yeah. For I got 5 after.
There's a bunch of them. There's like Alan is here. And Alan.
From Houston?
I know.
No, man, just host the club thing and we'll figure it out. I gotta get back. We're competing in Colombia in 2 weeks when I get back. I'm not competing, but I have a race there. I'm doing US. Yeah, man, I'm gonna run it hard. So then I gotta get back and practice. I just finished my lab last week. It's a long time, so 12 years.
I also have this. Well, no, that's right.
Well, I'm talking about like how long it took me to like get this work and to finally be able to build one. I used to just come here and freaking be a gym rat in here, freaking lab rat for sure. No, I was tired of asking me for space and shit. ¿Qué te da acá, güey? ¿Qué me tiene miedo?
This is Ryan Kwan's fucking chair.
Oh, there's the camera.
I know, but I mean, is that his live stream? I don't know. Someone needs to buy that guy a tripod.
Ah, ya lo presenté.
Oh,
I already presented
no, I don't know who that is. But you can.
Yeah. Edison Argotes, so anything like Edison or Luz Ángela.
And Oddly send you here? Or you just come here?
I'm staying in this Airbnb. David. Wait, never mind. I already introduced you. Did I? Juan?
No.
Sorry, this is David.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Juan has this new though.
Yeah.
David has Greenway, Blacksmith. I sent you to Blacksmith. We went there together, I think, for breakfast.
Yes, I remember. That was really cool, and the food was really good.
Thank you.
You meeting my friend?
Always welcome, Hana or not. So just
I
let me
don't
know
know.
if you're coming to Houston.
Okay, I've gone 3 times.
Yeah.
I need to go more. The
Yeah.
coffee there is amazing.
I don't really go to Austin that much either. It's always day trips, like
The
because
drive
it's-
is.
Were they open? So when we went to La Santa Barbacha with
I went to the Desnudo in the market.
yes,
I went
yes.
to that one.
All right,
That's a
friends,
new one,
welcome
yeah.
back for the third round of today's competition. We have Christian Bach coming all the way from Houston, Texas, and Greenway Coffee. Let's give
about
a
to go.
big round of applause for Christian.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
David, is it on yours or Greenway Coffee's?
Greenway Barista.
May I please have my music?
I don't think it's. I don't think it's going. It's like you're not sure.
Yeah, people are in.
Okay.
Oat Boy Barista's in.
I don't know. It's not.
It's because you have an iPhone.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Time. Hello, judges. My name is Christian. It's hard to see a long-term career in coffee for myself, for the community around me. There are limited opportunities for growth, and being a barista is not a livable wage. The industry feels like it's going in circles. We're somewhere along the supply chain, where the producers, baristas, to consumers. Someone gets squeezed and sacrificed for the others, trapped in a cycle to survive. But what can I possibly say that hasn't already been said? Today, I want to be brave and not shy away from the cyclical problems we face as a community. Saying everything at once, coffee is a broken ecosystem. But we don't have to meet that truth with despair. Brewing is an act of running in circles, pour after pour, round after round. And today I'd like to show I'm making a simple cup of coffee and reaching for the ceiling and still give us some. But first, I like to give my tasting calls so we can focus on both my message and brewing I'm sharing today. For aroma, you're gonna get grilled peach, honeysuckle, and orange blossom.
Hey, how's it going?
It's gonna be medium intensity. For flavor, medium intensity all throughout. It's gonna be hot. For hot, you're gonna find peach compote, yellow fruit, tropical fruit like star fruit, green mango, and plum. For warm, for flavor, you're gonna have peach juice, strawberry preserves, green mango, and dried plum. For cool, fresh strawberry, and fruit tea, highlighting mandarin and peach. The aftertaste is a medium intensity all throughout, and when it's long and lingering. Hot and warm, you're gonna find peach black tea. When cool, pink wine like rosé. For acidity, you're gonna have a medium intensity all throughout, and when hot and warm, tartaric acid like red grape, malic acidity like plum. When cool, it transforms into tartaric acid like green grape, and a touch of citric acidity like mandarin. For sweetness, you're gonna have a medium intensity all throughout, and when hot and warm, you're gonna find turbinado, simple syrup. When cool, you're gonna find ripe orange fruits. Lastly, for mouthfeel, you're gonna have a medium texture all throughout. It's gonna be juicy like fruit juice. When it's hot and warm, and when it's cool, it becomes silky and effervescent. These tasting calls are shaped by by our coffee ecosystem. It's a circle that's made up of producers, processors, roasters, and brewers like me. Today I want to walk through each part of the circle and the challenges that people face trying to overcome the system. The first part of the circle starts with producers who struggle with climate risk, price volatility, and bear responsibility when things go wrong. Yet, in a WhatsApp group, neighboring producers in Panama message each other, sharing innovation while maintaining healthy competition. Just trying to support each other. Together, they're climbing to push the ceiling of specialty coffee. Today, I'm brewing a product of that collaboration. Lost Origin Altieri Gesha, grown in Boquete, Panama, by the Altieri family. At 1800 meters, coffee fruit maturation slows down, yielding to higher stone fruit sweetness, while the Gesha variety expresses refined citric acidity and florals. After harvest, these cherries are transported to Lost Origin Lab in Panama City, where they are processed using a natural yeast inoculation. Processing, the next part of the circle, often falls on the shoulders of producers where the market demands expensive equipment, and methods full of risk. But producers can overcome this power imbalance by working with folks like Lost Origin. Here, in steel tanks, the cherries are fermented with piche yeast for 3 days. This boosts the formation of acetate esters, adding tropical flavors like star fruit to my coffee. The yeast also promotes volatile thiols, intensifying the yellow floral aroma of honeysuckle. When yeast inoculation is done well, it kind of acts like a volume knob, increasing the intensity of stone fruit flavors already found in the Altieri Gesha. These producers lift the repetitive circles into a spiral by collaborating with each other and working with innovators like Lost Origin to reach a higher ceiling. Now, roasting sits in the middle of the difficult part of the circle. A cycle of expectations and price, where consumers want exceptional coffee, but many are not ready to pay the true cost of producing it. The roasting is where we can reshape that circle. It's where we can protect the work of producers and translate it into the cup. For this coffee, I've collaborated with my friend Paul On, who lightly roasted the coffee with the Greenway team 21 days ago. And when combined with a shorter soaking phase, this brought the most clarity for today's cup. When you work with roasters that can pull out the full potential of coffee, it allows us to not only price fairly, but pay producers properly. A way out by quality through relationships. Now, the final turn of the circle happens here in the hands of the barista. While not making a livable wage, being a barista in an American cafe culture that prioritizes numbers at the cost of quality is really difficult. But brewing opens a path forward. It's where we take control. Pouring water in circles again and again, we can shape that outcome. Now the brewer I'm using today is the April plastic dripper. It's made by my friends in Copenhagen, and the dripper shape creates a short and flat brew bed, while the plastic material has a high thermal stability. Together, this allows me to extract all potential sweetness evenly. My recipe today, and I've paired this with a filter paper, that has a low water retention rate so that we can block oily and bitter compounds from falling into your cup. Now my recipe today is 15 grams to 240 milliliters of water at a 1:16 ratio. This ratio helps me bring out berry-like flavors, and I'm brewing at 92 degrees Celsius and ground at a medium coarseness, as this combination really made the acidity sparkling. I'm doing 2 pours today to build sweetness and balance in your cup, and I've split these 2 pours into 120 grams each, 60 grams circle and 60 grams center. The first pour fully saturates the bed so that we can evenly extract sugar-like sweetness, while the second pour adds texture, highlighting the silky mouthfeel on my coffee. Now the circle pour, within each pour, the circle pour creates more agitation so that we can extract stone fruit flavors like peach, while the center pour controls for fine migration so that we can have a faster drawdown, leading to a clean and lingering aftertaste. To aid this extraction, I've used the Timor MO1 grinder because it has a high clarity burr that provides the ideal grind distribution for this coffee, highlighting the tartaric acid in this coffee. To enhance the brew, I've used a water that's composed of 40 ppm with a higher concentration of silica because this combination helps me bring clarity of flavors and a pleasant mouthfeel in your cup. Just like with brewing, our industry is made up of repetitive decisions, but even if it feels like an endless loop, it still matters. Just like how the simple cup of coffee that I brewed today has the hands of so many people that have overcome their own hurdles. That effort matters. That's why brewing matters. And as the circle finally comes back to you all in the audience, to you, the judges, I'll be handing you the carafes that are filled with that collective effort. So I'll be asking you guys to swirl 6 times before you assess the aroma. Seeing everything at once, coffee is a broken ecosystem. The reality is a broken system forces communities to work together to survive. There's no sustainable outcome in specialty coffee without some sort of sacrifice of why we're doing it in the first place. So why shouldn't we give up? I believe there is value in running in circles as a community. From one perspective, it may seem like we're not making any progress at all, but if you extend that circle, you'll see that we're slowly spiraling up. So please, stay in this industry. Let's make changes together so that one day specialty coffee is more sustainable for everyone. Time.
What an exciting round of 3 competitors we've seen so far today. At this point, we're going to take one moment as Christian meets some of the needs of our judges here. For anybody who's new to this wild world that is Brewers Cup, one of the requisite acts that a brewer has to do when they're delivering, when they're opting to use their own water for the competition, is they have to pour 1 sample of hot water and 1 sample of ambient temperature water for the judges to analyze. That knows these judges got to stay hydrated, and they got to make sure that they're not dropping who knows what flavoring into that water. Never really a problem. Christian, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Relieved.
I really like this. There's so much relief. Everyone's just taking a big exhale on this stage. You guys want to take a deep breath with us?
Yes.
All right. On count of 3, let's give it a good.
You too, Christian.
In through your nose and out through your mouth. Let's do one more.
I love Trevor.
All right, I'd like to thank Miss Rachel for teaching me that one. Shout out to my 2-year-old daughter at home. Christian, how did the performance feel for you? Tell us a little bit about your routine overall.
It went okay. Yeah.
Sure. Okay's okay. We love okay.
Say something, dog.
So tell us a little bit about the choice of gear that you used today. You used a really interesting blend of equipment. So tell us a little bit about that brewer and the hand grinder that you opted for.
I'm just using the brewer I use every day, which is the April plastic dripper. I just do 2 pours. That's it.
2 pours. Simplicity. We love it. And how about the hand grinder that you're opting to use?
Yeah, I'm using just a hand grinder that gives juiciness and clarity to the cup. But I mainly let the coffee speak for itself.
We love that. That's incredible. So really aiming for a setup that is just letting the coffee do the heavy lifting. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Christian. Let's give it up one more time for Christian. All right, we'll take just a couple minutes here as our next competitor prepares to take the stage.
Maybe if I went to your
Only the coaches. Only the coaches.
Sorry.
It's okay. This is my dad.
Very nice.
That's the key to winning.
About 2 hours. I like it when they do this about 2 hours. Spend a little time at work, watch a movie. Everybody having a good time.
Yeah, just stay there.
It's perfect. How you feeling? Just feel glad it's done or what?
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel good? Like,
Get it over
it's just
with.
like, you can sleep at night and like, you know,
actually sleep
not be thinking about your script and all this shit.
This one morning I woke up, I was like saying it in my head. I was like,
Yeah,
this
right?
isn't.
You're like, erase.
Erase.
Yeah, it feels really, it's such a relief.
Right. I'm looking for my eyeglasses.
That was good shit.
I don't know.
I think it's USCC. It's not getting smacked.
I want to see what's going on there.
Wait, yeah. What are they saying? Can they hear us?
Wait, I wish I saw it when. Oh, I should have logged on the stream while you guys were going. I don't like that. It's probably better we didn't know that.
That song that's playing is a banger. Let's go, Helen.
Yeah, then
Should we respond to these people? This is my BF up next. Let's go, BF.
It's for the like
Welcome back to the Brewers Cup stage. Coming to us from the City of Angels, Los Angeles, California, and Kumquat Coffee is Fang.
Oh no, it's fucking cup tasters.
Can you hear me? Can I check my music, please? A little bit louder, please. Just a little bit. Perfect. We can start from the beginning. Thank you. Curtis, are you ready? Time. Specialty coffee is built on pushing boundaries. Welcome, judges. My name is Shi. It's my pleasure to be with you today. I'm excited to share with you a coffee that I believe is extraordinary result of pushing the boundaries across the entire value chain of specialty coffee, from producer to roaster and to brewers. Please relax, make yourself comfortable, and let's enjoy this together. This wonderful journey started from the farm. In the past 2 decades, Finca Sofia in Panama has been pushing the boundaries of coffee cultivation by brewing coffee at extreme elevations. Over the years, they have overcome tremendous challenges and produced some of the finest terroir-driven coffee in the world. During my last origin trip to Panama, it was a truly special moment for me to finally witness their geisha thriving on the edge of possibility. And from Finca Sofia, I have selected my coffee for you today. It's a natural processed geisha from La Turcaza, grew at 2,026 meters above sea level. This extreme elevation has shaped its vibrant acidity in our cup. It's a day lot that all the cherry in the lot were handpicked and meticulously selected all in one day for consistency. This will contribute to the clean and elegant expression in our cup. At Finca Sofia, the coffee's flavor profile also determined by the ripeness when the cherries were picked. Our coffee today was actually picked slightly under fully ripe. For their geisha, this will retain more florality and fresh fruit sensations in your cup that we'll experience later. I roasted this coffee on the nucleus zinc roaster with total roasting time at 8 minutes with development time ratio at 9% to best highlight florality and vibrant acidity. Sam Cora and his team at Nucleus has been pushing the boundaries of roasting in developing the roaster and software to be portable and consistent, which allows me to roast my coffee here in North Carolina 2 days ago to present the coffee at its peak today to preserve the most of its vibrant acidity and florality. Now let's get to brewing. Oreo in the UK has been pushing the boundaries of dripper's versatility. On their V4 dripper with switchable bottom, it allows me to choose different shapes. I'm using the classic base, providing the ideal flow rate for my coffee to achieve more flavor clarity in my final cup. Silverist in Spain has been pushing the boundaries of filtration materials by implementing the fiber structure to the traditional wave filters for even faster flow rate. 2 innovations in combination has provided me a brewing system with maximized extraction efficiency and consistency, which will contribute to the balanced intensity and good tappability in our final cup. I grind my coffee on the Lagoon 01 grinder at approximately 800 micron. This is to help me to bring out the ideal flavor intensity and body intensity for my coffee. With a 1:16 ratio, 1:15 correction ratio, I'll be pouring 240 grams of water to 16 grams of coffee in 4 even pours of 60 grams of water each, with 35-second pause in between each pour. This grind size, pouring structure, and ratio, combining with the Oreo V4 dripper, will help me to achieve the ideal even extraction, providing the good flavor clarity, clean aftertaste, and good sweetness in my final cup. My brewing water today is at 89 degrees Celsius to help me gently extract this coffee, providing even more sweetness and florality. My water ppm today is at probably 70 ppm with a 2-to-1 ratio of magnesium and calcium to best help me bring out the vibrant acidity and complexity of this coffee. Now, as I get to brewing judges, if I may please ask you to take down the taste descriptors for our coffee today. For the aroma at medium intensity, you'll experience raspberry, orange blossom, correction, and dried apricot. For flavors, medium intensity throughout temperature stages. When hot, you'll experience dried blackberry, tangerine, and nectarine. Orange, blackcurrant, mandarin orange, and raspberry. As the coffee cools, you'll experience white grape, pomegranate juice, and raspberry tea. For the aftertaste, medium intensity, Syrah temperature. When hot, you'll find blackberry tea and a hint of bergamot. When warm, there will be apricot. And as the coffee cools, you'll find orange blossom. And finally, for the acidity, one of my favorite part about this coffee, at medium intensity when hot, you'll experience citric acidity as in tangerine. When warm, with slightly higher intensity than medium, you'll experience more tartaric acidity as in yellow peach and raspberry. And as the coffee cools, medium to high intensity, this time more malic and tartaric. You'll find acidity as in white grape and pomegranate. Finally, for the mouthfeel, medium in weight when hot, it's round and smooth. Medium to light in weight as the coffee turns warm, it'll be silky. And light in weight as the coffee cools, sink through tea. Thank you. Now judges, I'll be providing you with a graph to directly evaluate the aroma today. Please swirl it for 5 times before you may stick in your nose and evaluate the aroma. Then I'll serve you in the prepared after that. This one's for you, please enjoy. This one's for you, please enjoy. Thanks for waiting. This one's for you, please enjoy. Please allow me to quickly reorganize my station before serving you. I'll be right back. I prepared to serve you this coffee in the ceramic cup made by Clay Coffee Collective. I really like the thickness of its rim, which will help you to better perceive the silky mouthfeel of this coffee, while the angle of its ring will help to further elevate the vibrant acidity for our coffee. And please start and enjoy it after I talk time. This wonderful cup of coffee has countless people in our industry pushing boundaries with persistence, curiosity, and passion. As a brewer, I continue to push my own boundaries to learn and grow, to not only share great coffees, but also to deliver the story behind it from origin to the table. Thank you, judges, so much for being part of this wonderful journey here with me today. Together, we continue to push the boundary of specialty coffee.
Let's give it up for Heath. All right, Sheis, how are you feeling?
I feel okay.
Feeling okay, feeling relieved. We've got our deep breath exercise coming back to play. Tell us a little bit about the setup that you chose to brew with today. We talked a little bit about your Oreos beforehand. But yeah, let's hear about your brewing method.
Yeah. I'm using the Oreo E4 dripper with a plastic bottom, pairing with a superist wave filter. So basically, it's a very fast flow rate setup. Really allow me to control the contact time. I try to highlight the vibrancy and florality of this coffee, as it's more of a terroir-driven coffee. So I ended up on that. I thought it was a perfect setup.
Incredible.
That's spectacular. Tell us, Sheis, too, this isn't your first rodeo, right? How many times have you competed in the first time?
This is my second time, I guess. First time was regional
You don't
scene
have
in
enough
Kansas.
followers to
We had
go
it together.
live.
Indeed.
No.
Side by side brewing.
We could.
Tell us a little
I
bit about
realized you have to have
what
1,000 followers. I didn't know that was
Why
the news.
why have you felt called to?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I saw it. Saw people streaming.
Sorry, you're not cool enough.
Brewing for me has always been one of my biggest passions. Brewing.
I just don't have access to it.
I've been spending also some time as your region, mostly Panama, and I've visited some of my favorite ones. I find coffees that I truly want to represent, and I guess part of it coming from my passion for the brewing, part of it is for the coffee, the farm I visited, as I really wanted to present to them.
Incredible. All right, I know you're a long way from home here too, so is there anybody you want to shout out back in LA or anywhere across the world?
Oh yeah, I think we have a
We want to go
wonderful team
live.
at Hong
We need to have 1,000
people who
followers
have
so
put
we
in
can
the work
learn coffee.
to really improve the coffees. Also, one of my coworkers, Esther, also competed yesterday.
Fantastic. That's awesome. Well, thank you again so much, Sheis. Let's give it up one more time.
So you just take this phone. I'm writing the post.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
But whenever you're ready, I can pop it on my tripod. Amazing. Sorry. Oh, that's my face.
I'm okay.
Oh, it gets that crazy. That's crazy.
How you doing?
Good.
Where you staying?
Airbnb, so we're like 15, 20 minutes out. Not too far.
Yeah, we're like 20 minutes.
Nice.
I thought I was like 10 minutes or 10-minute walk. Because I looked up black and white maps and ended up being just like right there. So. But at least I could walk good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Oh yeah, Megatron is live. Yeah, Inception. Got a little Inception going on.
Hi, Mark. His setup is so nice. Love it.
mushroom tea towel he
It's
added
so
to his
cool.
tray is like the perfect bucket.
Yeah, it looks so
oh,
nice.
It's on my phone. I'll show you. It's so cute.
It's the best setup I've seen.
What? I love it. Picked it up from my dad. Yeah. I was like, no, they didn't remember that just sitting around.
Someone's like, this is my boyfriend up next.
So,
True though.
yeah.
Aw. So they're just ready.
I've seen a lot of people actually serve the wrong hand, and I was like, hey, yo, you're doing good today, dude.
Like we're sitting here.
Your shirt.
Oh my God. It's your seat.
Hello.
Take your allergy meds.
Oh shit, I should have brought some
What?
allergy medicine.
I have Zyrtec with me. I have Zyrtec.
Oh, you do? I have to check if I can take that.
That's what I was just gonna say because Tian can't. She's pregnant. That's what she was telling me.
She can or can't? Oh, that's probably not. Well, there's some, I think there's like
So the extra
Claritin, I don't know. There's probably one,
Yeah.
but it's not good to take all the time.
Nice.
Which is probably true. Yeah, especially in like the first.
Just gotta
Better
do
than the
that.
X, what is it, or the B?
The one that costs a
super
lot.
expensive that
newest
people
one,
like,
right?
yeah.
XV100 or something.
Something like
yeah,
that.
something
Also, I don't know, I wanted to like have the option to change lenses.
Yes,
That one you
yeah.
can't.
I know,
Oh,
exactly,
I
it's
can commit
fixed,
to
yeah.
that.
Yeah, I mean, you can get the pancake lens too, and it's like
Yeah.
basically the same thing. And you have all the filters, you know, like you have three of them.
Kayla said, fun God.
I wonder if their brother is here. I wonder if their brother's here.
They said they are, but I don't know where they're sitting. Well, I did text Kayla,
They
like,
do
oh,
look
we'll
like
be...
Kayla. Oh, his twin brother's here?
No, not twin brother.
Well, he's a twin, yes.
Yeah.
But Kayla, one of our other employees' brother, lives in Raleigh. And so they said that he was going to come today. So I was like looking for someone that looks like Kayla.
Yeah, I know, right?
Early coffee movement, Heath was always wearing a bunch of shirts, always in a watch, and his hair was always just like slick.
Now we need to go to sleep till like 2 or 3 in the morning from playing hockey and waking up at 5.
I didn't know you had an Instagram limit.
The time limit. Everyone ignores that though.
The time limit on Instagram?
What?
Connection. We're back.
Did you get to watch the Flyers yesterday? Yeah, I did. I saw the score. But...
Oh, I do have it.
Exactly. Everyone's like, ignore.
Someone that's not Victoria, that's my husband. And then Victoria, actual one. Excuse me. Who said that's my husband? And then Iggy, our friend, actually, this is our husband.
We got 2 games in hand. It's so neck and neck because like I was watching the other games too. Like these Penguins and Ottawa, obviously they're in that same point. It went to shootout. I didn't see the shootout. I was watching overtime.
All right. We are back with competitive number 5 for U.S. Brewers Cup Championship. Day 2.
Against Red Wings, I don't know.
Keeping California represented on our stage. Today we have, from the coffee movement, Justin Lee.
And I'll just get a quick sound check. Alright, everyone can hear me? Okay.
Okay. We'll start it from the top. Thanks for being here. Everyone comfortable? Awesome. Let's get started. Time. If I could send a message to the person that I was 9 years ago when I first became a barista, it'd be this. Don't try to be cool. Be one. And it's something that I would echo again today, not only to myself, but to the coffee community and to the world. Because I believe it's not coolness, but warmth that ties our world together. While being cool, we focus our energy on self-image and validation from our peers. Being warm places our attention on the needs of those around us and turns us towards communal care. While being cool is driven by ego and a single protagonist, being warm is about killing the ego, self-sacrifice, and generosity. My name is Justin. I'm so excited to serve you warm coffee today. Three main things about warmth: kinship, education, and connection. Coffee is a story about kinship, and today's story begins in Ethiopia. Coffee is ancestral homeland. When I think of folks that emulate warmth in the industry, Daryl didn't say that aloe coffee first got to mind, whose work has left a continuous afterglow felt all around the world. On top of making world-class coffees, Daryl also places profits back into the hands of those who work on this, investing in community development programs and creating pathways for long-term coffee careers in Ethiopia. Damir's dedication to communal care is tangible in the ways that he uplifts those around him. Because when they win, we all win. Today's coffee is a Liga 74158, a prize native heirloom of Soprano. After carefully sorting the cherry for quality, Damir then places the cherry in airtight containers for 96 hours using a special mustard, which contains the coffee cherry's fruit juices. This anaerobic processing creates a stable environment for gradual and controlled fermentation, leading to the development of complex sugars like sucrose and glucose, while also limiting cell degradation from UV rays and over-fermentation. This translates to a cleaner cup free of defects, a higher in complexity and greater sweetness. I've collaborated with Monogram Coffee to express and capture this meticulous processing, roasting it to a 50-second development time for an ideal balance of acidity, sweetness, and expression. I ground this at 650 microns to capture the full dynamic range of this coffee, and I use a conical earth grinder at 60 RPM but high torque for improved clarity. For today's coffee, I put together a brewing system that reflects the values of warmth through accessible education and a shared knowledge. The simplicity of this recipe lends itself to accessibility, because I believe everyone should make great coffee. For today's recipe, I'm using a recipe I like to call 1 + 1 = 3. Or in other words, 100-gram pour that fully percolates through the coffee bed, plus 100-gram pour that uses immersion or steeping as its primary means of extraction, both adding up to give you a cup so much more than the sum of its parts. To demonstrate, with my first pour, I'm first going to be using 90 degrees Celsius water with controlled agitation through a percolation screen for increased clarity to unlock aroma, acidity, and our coffee's first impressions. I've selected the Kano Brewer for today because of two important design decisions. The 60-degree cone shape, which highlights acidity due to the wider gradient of extraction from top to bottom, and the lack of airflow, which highlights flavor intensity by minimizing low TDS bypass. For my second pour, I'm going to slow things down by using the harder switch to trap a portion of the water for an additional 75 seconds. This immersion step introduces enough contact time for proper sweetness, texture, and aftertaste, bringing balance to initial flavor. And to further enhance the sweetness and textural experience, I created a water composition with higher elements, higher concentrations of calcium and magnesium to increase perception of breadfruit sweetness and juice and mouthfeel that make this coffee so special. Now, after a flight from the west coast of North Carolina, I found that a 13.3 gram dose of coffee to 200 grams of water perfectly captured the balance of clarity, sweetness, and expression. Now, this coffee is cool. I'll be reading out your flavor calls, but you can also find them printed on the reference. Starting with aroma, you're first going to find a medium, high, intense strawberry, rhubarb, as well as a medium, intense honey melon. For flavor, you'll first find, when hot, a medium, intense strawberry, and a floral rhubarb. And at warm temperatures, you'll find a medium, high, intense cherry and honey melon. And finally, when cool, a medium, intense watermelon candy. And for aftertaste, you'll find, when hot, a fresh fruit finish, like a medium intense strawberry. And as it cools, this transforms into a prolonged juicy finish, like cherry, cranberry, and honey melon. For acidity, we're starting off hot with a tartaric acidity at medium intensities, like a tart strawberry. And as it cools, this transforms into a malic acidity, like a medium intense honeydew melon, cherry, and red berries. And for sweetness, when hot, you'll first find ripe strawberry. At warm temperatures, you'll find a medium high intense honeydew melon and cherry. And finally, when cool, you'll find a medium intense watermelon candy. And for mouthfeel, you can expect when hot a medium weight, which gradually increases as it cools. And the texture will be silky. And as it cools, the texture becomes more velvety and juicy. And for your aroma evaluations today, please swirl the craft 5 times, but you can hold off on drinking until further direction. This is for you. This is for you. This is for you. Coffee is a story about kinship. And in my house, if I feed you, I'm calling you family. I'm always reminded of the warmth and comfort that Mom's steamed eggs when you growing up. And I wanted to recreate that experience for you today by serving your coffee with chawanmushi bowls and soup spoons, as if you're sitting at my family dinner table. I'm using these ceramic lids to prolong temperature and aroma, but you can remove them for your evaluation. As for drinking instructions, please begin by sipping with the spoons to your right, which you'll find elements from our first pour, aroma, acidity, and a silky texture. And finally, to round things out, please sip directly from the bowl, which you'll find elements from our first pour, second pour, the sweetness, structure, and juicy texture. This one's for you, please enjoy. This one's for you, please enjoy. This one's for you. Friends, the pursuit of warmth is to give energy to the things that matter most to us: kinship, education, and connection. As these coffees slowly cool, my hope is that the little warmth that is long-lasting, and you'll choose to respond in a way like I was moved to today, to share it openly and freely with others. Time.
Okay. Come on up, Justin. All right. You're done.
I'm done.
Congratulations. 10 minutes through. How'd it feel?
I felt good. I felt good. I was really nervous, but I felt proud of what I put on the stage, so I feel good.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about the wares that you chose to lay out today. I've seen a lot of different configurations and instructions for tasting your coffee, but these cups are so beautifully ornate, and I also love the soup spoons for the evaluation.
So it's a little bit of a play off of like cupping. To me, I'm into always like framing coffee in a personal way, like storytelling. So I think for me, like having those are usually used for steamed eggs. So I think steamed eggs is a really personal, like comforting dish for me, and that cap that we put on it is like part of the steaming process when you put it in. So I wanted to kind of play around with that and be like, why not put coffee in it? So it keeps the temperature and aroma for a little bit longer, and it's cute too. So
we love when form and function play together like that.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the soup spoon too. How do you feel like that kind of transforms the drinking experience compared to just tasting from the cup?
Yeah, I think the first biggest difference that we noticed was texture. Very, very soapy and tea-like. It kind of like cools your coffee quickly with the spoon. Whereas if you sip directly from the bowl, it's like a lot more juicy and rounded. And so I think a lot of the sweetness notes hits when you sip from the bowl itself, and like the aroma comes out from the spoon. So I thought that was cool. So.
Incredible. Yeah, I love the intentionality in this setup and just, kind of deliberately painting this journey for the coffee, not just through how the coffee evolves, but how your drinking experience itself changes. I love the personal touch to it. All right, Justin, go drink some hot water.
Okay, yeah, I feel like that.
Let's give it up one more time for Justin Lee. We're rolling at this point, y'all. We have had 5 incredible competitors on our second day. That brings us up to 21 folks from across the United States who have competed thus far. And as we're waiting for our 6th competitor, I figure let's take this time to learn a little bit about Brewers Cup. I know there are a lot of folks in this audience who work in coffee, but I feel like a lot of these competitions have these kind of elaborate, mechanisms for scoring and understanding what is happening on these stages. So maybe we can talk a little bit about what some of the things that the judges are looking for include. So we've noticed all the timers in and around these stages. During this open service, this first round of the competition, each brewer has 10 minutes where they have to prepare 3 cups of coffee. Obviously, you've seen that kind of symmetry in everything that's been on the stage thus far. But we have 3 judges who are seated at the table, and there's 1 head judge as well. So in addition to the individual sensory evaluation of each cup that each seated judge is taking in, the head judge is looking for uniformity across the preparation of all of those coffees. You'll also notice that our brewers are describing the flavors of their coffee in depth. And these are adhering to 6 specific categories that the judges are looking for. What the judges are looking to evaluate include the aroma of the coffee. So what is the scent of the brewed coffee? They're looking to understand the flavor, really the overall kind of impression of taste that you're getting from the coffee. The acidity being broken out into the kind of fruit-like quality of the coffee, and talking about that specific quality, but also talking about the intensity of the acidity in the coffee. They'll also be considering aftertaste. Once that coffee has left your palate, really thinking about how does that
How does that flavor stay with you? Is it kind of quick and drying? Is it long and lingering? What does it resemble? The fifth thing that they're going to be looking for is sweetness in the cup. Really looking for what are the sweet notes that this coffee conjures. And last but not least, they're going to be considering the mouthfeel. On a couple of these evaluations, the judges are also evaluating the cups at hot, at warm, and at cool temperature. So when you hear these brewers going down their list of all of these kind of intricate flavor notes, they're making sure to hit each of these descriptors because they are going to be judged on the accuracy of those descriptors and their own impression of the coffee that they're serving. So it really does take so much craft and so much skill and so much precision and so many hours of mastery of this brewing process for folks to be able to come up here and share their coffees. So I know we've been applauding each individual competitor, but let's just give a round of applause for every single person who has put some time into this competition. So coming up in just a handful of minutes here. Incredible, not even minutes, seconds. We have, coming all the way from right here, our hometown of Raleigh, North Carolina, representing Black and White Coffee Roasters and Mad Black Coffee. Let's give it up for John Dixon!
Please get comfortable. Can I get my music, please? Turn up a little bit. Beautiful. Thank you. You guys ready? So let's begin. Time. So what does it mean to enjoy something? I found that to enjoy something, 3 conditions must be met. You must be physically present, you must be open to new ideas, and you must simply trust the process. Good afternoon, judges, volunteers, and guests. Welcome to the U.S. Brewers Cup Championship. My name is John Dixon, and today I am beyond excited to share this beautiful cup of coffee with each and every one of you today. A cup that is comprised of 3 coffees. The first is an experimental natural from Nyeri, Kenya. These coffee cherries were picked and placed on a raised African drying bed, lined with a plastic designed to absorb and trap the heat when necessary. Now this coffee lays the foundation of our blend with its expressive fruity flavors and silky, elegant body. From there, I opened myself up to new ideas, and that is how I stumbled upon this honey-processed co-ferment Castillo from Huila, Colombia. This coffee adds complexity to our acidity with a new note of peach, while also offering us an abundance of candy-like sweetness that will only intensify as our cup cools. Our final coffee is a honey anaerobic geisha from Nariño, Colombia. I found that this coffee bound everything together seamlessly with its vibrant florality and citric-like acidity. Together, these 3 coffees combine to create an experience that I just knew I had to share with you all today. So, I had the coffee. Then, I had to trust the process, trying several iterations of this brew to find the perfect cup for you all today. And I found that starts with 20 grams of this blend, ground to 650 microns, placed into each of these origamis for the perfect perception of acidity. 14 grams of the experimental natural, 4 of the geisha, and 2 of the honey co-ferment. To assist me in my brews today, I'm using the Nucleus Bloom. This will break up any clumps I have in my bed, allowing for a smoother flow of water, a more even saturation of the grounds, and overall higher clarity of flavor in these cups today. For our filter papers, I chose the High Flux Coffee Purity papers. These tree pulp design papers not only give us an increased extraction rate, but enhance our overall mouthfeel that we're going to have today. Finally, our water. I took the liberty of building our water to a strength of 85 parts per million with a higher concentration in calcium. This ensures an even balance of acidity and sweetness throughout our entire cup, from hot to cold. Our brew recipe today is going to be fairly simple. It starts with 4 pulses with the kettle set to 91 degrees Celsius or 195 degrees Fahrenheit. My first pulse will be at 50 grams. My second pulse today will be of 70 grams at the 45-second mark. Our third pulse will be 70 grams at the minute and 15-second mark. And our fourth and final pulse will be 70 grams at the minute and 45-second mark. Now, once these brews have reached 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'm going to remove the brewers from the carafe and add 60 grams of bypass water. Now, I typically don't brew with a bypass, but I found with this cup it works well, creating that balance of acidity and sweetness throughout the entire cup. Once I've added the bypass, I will give you these cups, these carafes, for your aromatic experience. If you haven't noticed already, judges, these carafes have indentions, which are designed to disrupt the flow of liquid as the carafe is swirled. This is going to give us an even incorporation of the brew, while also giving us the best aromatic experience possible. With this little downtown that we have, judges, I would love for you to write down for the aroma, medium high in intensity. You'll notice notes of raspberry, caramelized pineapple, and dark chocolate. When I give you these carafes, judges, I ask that you swirl 5 times before evaluating the aroma. Then simply place the carafe back in front of you, so I know that you're done. This one's for you. This one is for you. And I appreciate your patience. This one will be for you. All right, judges, we're going to continue going down the score sheets. Today, for your flavor while hot, please mark medium high in intensity with those notes of raspberry, caramelized pineapple, and dark chocolate. As we get to warm, You'll notice that dark chocolate carries over. You'll get a new note of black tea, and that caramelized pineapple will turn into sweet peach. At cool today, that peach and black tea will transform into orange blossom at high intensity. That dark chocolate will still be there, and you'll notice black tea. Our aftertaste today is going to be medium in intensity throughout the cup. It's going to be long but lingering in a pleasant way, like dark chocolate. Our acidity today is going to be both malic and citric. It's going to be medium-high in intensity while hot, malic dominated, thinking of those red fruits like raspberries. And as it cools, it will go to a high intensity, being citric dominant, thinking more of its tropical acids at the end. Our sweetness will be medium-high in intensity while hot, thinking of those fresh fruits. And as it cools, it will grow to its highest intensity, being that of like a southern sweet tea or an iced black tea with Cajun added. The mouthfeel, while hot, is going to be smooth, silky, and elegant with a medium intensity. And at cool, be high intensity, round, juicy, and salivating. To serve you today, judges, I'm using the Oreo scent cups. These flare designs and paper lips gives us the perfect perception of the cup that I'm looking for. So as I hand you the cups, please wait until I pour time to further enjoy them. You see, I wanted to create an experience for you that you can enjoy just as much as I am. Because that's one of the beautiful things I love about coffee. In the midst of everything, we can always come together and enjoy the beautiful cup together. So as our time ends, I ask that you remain present in the space. I ask that you keep yourself open to new ideas. And most importantly, we continue to trust the process. For that's what put us here in this moment together. So please enjoy time.
How are you feeling today?
Oh, it's over.
It's over. It's over. Well, I was just talking to our colleague King a moment ago, and we were just saying, like, I feel so at ease right now. These perfect jazz tunes.
Yeah.
John's silky smooth delivery. I know I had you do a deep breathing exercise, but that just put me to shame. Tell us a little bit about your performance. For those of you who have been around Brewers Cup, you know that John took 6th in the United States last year. Woo! So, truly a huge feat on its own. But I'm curious to hear, you know, with such success last year, how did you adapt your routine this year? What pieces did you keep? How did you change it up to move forward?
Yeah, I think just in terms of it all, last year I kind of found my niche, which was storytelling. So I was like, all right, let's not reinvent the wheel, let's tell a story. The question was then, what story? And it really just kind of came to me. We had one of the components of the coffee on our floor while we were roasting, and I opened it up and like immediately perked up, and I was like, oh my God, what is that? Like, I need to find that smell. And it reminded me of like eating peach rings as a kid growing up in Georgia. So I was like, wow, that's nostalgic. That is like some black boy joy. And then as I kept trying coffees, I noticed the word joy kept coming up again. So I kind of went down the rabbit hole. Well, what is joy? Like, how do we search for it? And that turned into, well, what does it mean to enjoy something? And then me being me, continuously asking people random questions, bugging them about joy and joy, and getting mad. Like, why are you asking me these questions? And I was like, I don't know, I'm just curious to see everyone else's perspective. And then, you know, just kind of over time, as I've noticed more and more things happen, I'm like, man, I feel like we could really use more joy in the world. So, this became a thing.
Let's give it up for John and joy. Tell us a little bit more about the blend that you put together too. Obviously, I also work here at Black and White Coffee Roasters, so these coffees are near and dear to me. But before you assembled these three into one cup, I had never even thought to combine them. So tell us a little bit more about your thought process in building this.
Yeah. So you don't know me, I love a good African natural coffee. And so that was kind of like my first checkpoint, which is kind of hard at this time of the year, but I was determined to make it happen. And so that's how I found the main component of my coffee. It was beautiful, it had an elegant body, blueberries, kind of had like this wine finish, and I was like, yeah, this is it. But I wanted to give the judges an experience that they would remember in a cup that they would talk about even after the competition is over, because that's the real win. And so that's when I kind of stumbled upon that Preach Co-Ferment, and I was like, oh, this is insane. I wonder if I put these two together, what will happen? And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is getting kind of solid. And then I found the Gesha, and I was like, just out of curiosity, what happens if I just sprinkle in a little bit of this? And it just continuously worked. So as I kept trying different coffees, different iterations, different ratios to find the right one, it just kind of like all came together on its own like 48 hours ago. So that's coffee.
We love it. Adapting as it goes and really chasing those best results. Well, thank you so much, John. Good luck moving forward. Let's give it up one more time for John Dixon. All right, we'll be back in just a few more minutes with our 7th competitor of the day.
This chair. Oops. I'm gonna steal this chair here.
He's one of those.
I could just leave this. I might just leave this camera here. I don't know.
Wait, that's not a snow. That's blue.
Nana's watching.
Oh my god. All right.
Hi, Nana.
Send me any photos too.
Just kidding. What's up, guys? Today we are at Brewer's Cup. Simba's getting ready. Are you zooming into my face?
Yeah, we zoomed out.
Okay. Very exciting things happening today.
Hi. Is this a stream? What are you?
It's Cup of Cheese.
Oh, hello.
And the camera woman.
that backstage. He just has to, all the stuff has to pour water on top of his head. All a day's work. Someone else, Heath, or, Justin said that. Justin's like, my coffee guy. I had some coffee food over there, but yeah,
It's a complex setup. A lot going on. Shout out to Ray Murakawa. Shout out to Capitec Dennis. Whoa. We can't talk to him.
More people for this. Did you have fun? Oh, they're counting. Exactly. I'll see you up here next week. Yeah. And then the word?
He's doing so far, you're impressed.
That's ripped by melons, right?
No, column.
Mellow Drip Colin making its debut at Brewer's Cup.
They're happy at home, but they have in the back. But it's covered up. You want to buy your
Welcome back to the U.S. Brewers Cup stage. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Chinedu.
He was coughing.
Chinedu Ego Simba from New York at Pico Lots.
Sorry, we're waiting for a judge.
We got just one more moment.
What a great time to thank sponsors.
You know, I think that's a great idea. Can we also thank our fearless stage manager here, Alyssa Bell, putting on the These events take a lot of organization on the back end, and we're so thrilled to have such incredible volunteers making it happen. A quick thank you to Roast Tribes, our event sponsor. Pacific Foods Barista Series, our title sponsor. Woo! And give it up to my friends at Black Coffee. Putting in the hard work.
Welcome. Could I get music check real quick? Nice ball, thank you. Once more, yeah. Fine. Specialty coffee doesn't move forward because of any one person. It moves forward because our collective is brewing and sharing constantly. Professionals bring craft, enthusiasts bring scale, running thousands of experiments every single day. I'm an enthusiast. I learn from people like my coach Brian, who post their failures as freely as their successes. That learning led me to my wife, being a coffee professional, and now here to all of you. I believe the best ideas come from the connection between our groups, and I'm here to show that through my life and my recipe. So let's begin. I'm going to be brewing for you this coffee. I swear it's one coffee. It's a naturally processed moquita from Garita Farm in Hugo Kano, grown at 1,700 meters above sea level. Moquita isn't a varietal, it's a hybrid population. The core lineage is Ethiopia Garalambras, but most samples show crosses with Gesha and Typica Bourbon. The genetic diversity leads to wildly different cherry sizes and densities within the same lot. These are both 20 grams. This diversity makes it hard to brew, but fun to brew, so let's get started. I screen my lots with a size 19 stream. The smaller beans are denser, sweeter, harder to extract, more typical Bourbon. The larger beans, Gesha, trade stronger, more floral, easier to extract. The key to balancing extraction across both these groups was fines. Hobbyist grinders like the M9080 I use today allow you to dial in fine infusion precisely without sieving, just by varying RPM. So, my dose is 17 grams, but first I'm going to put in 15 grams of the Gesha bean, Gesha trait bean I should say, ground at 270 micron Burgap, 400 RPM, coarser grind to preserve the florality you'll find in the cup. I'm going to top that now with 2 grams of the Typica Bourbon, ground finer, 210 micron Burgap and 600 RPM. I really wanted to increase the extraction to get at that sweetness in that part of the coffee. So my first kettle is set to 90 degrees. Let's start brewing. It's a gentler temperature for blooming to preserve the florals you find in the cup as hibiscus. This first pour I'm doing 60 grams. I like the 3.5x ratio roughly because it gives nice balance between clarity and body. I came to the idea of stacking talking to 2 friends, Danny and Doug, professional and enthusiasts. Danny suggested I stack the beans to limit fine migration from the fine dense portion of my grind, so you find more clarity in the cup. And Doug suggested that the top, the high extraction environment at the top, is the ideal place to really get at the sweetness in the typical Bourbon dense portion of the brew. So my second pour, I'm coming in with now, is 68 grams. Higher temperature, the kettle is set to 93 degrees Celsius. Higher temperature to give me more solubility. as I try to get at the heavier notes in the coffee. You'll find that it's dried mango. Okay, my next pour is going to be smaller, just 42 grams, as I finish the brew. These are the heaviest notes you'll find in the coffee. We're going to get at the spices now. There's some lovely cardamom as the cup cools to warm. Come out here later in extraction. The column was designed by Raymond Rapala to work perfectly with his melodra. The melodra produces agitation, so you find clarity in the cup. And the column itself has limited internal bypass for strength. The top actually is printed by Raymond Moore, an enthusiast who runs the Etsy store, FPM Optical Blitz, perfectly sized for the column. So I have consistent pour heights as I brew. That's it, 170 grams in, a 1 to 10 ratio. All that's left to do is to add my bypass, 95 grams precisely. Bypass works because desirable compounds concentrate early. Beyond a certain point, additional water is just dilution and astringency. To control that astringency, I've only added a 1 to 10 ratio to my Brewer. I'm using this water to both dilute your beverage to serving strength and add my mineral blend. Chloride for acidity, bicarbonate for sweetness. Final hardness, 20 ppm. Soft but perfect for this coffee. It was dried in cherry at 25 degrees for 30 days, building intense aromatic complexity. Alison, our roaster coffee professional, took it to 112 Actron to preserve that complexity, and I've let it rest for 3 weeks, so it's gonna settle into your cup. As you smell, after swirling 5 times on aroma, you should find with a medium intensity, cherry and dried mango. Please swirl 5 times, and then take a nice big smell. Next, as we move to flavor, you should find with a medium-high intensity, when hot, hibiscus, prune, raspberry, black currants, and cherry. As the coffee finds its way to warm, it's joined by nectarine and cardamom. As the coffee cools further, you should find hibiscus and hot red fruits. The aftertaste is medium-high intensity, long, lingering goji berry when hot, mouth-watering and juicy as the cup cools. The acidity is a medium intensity. It's structured, elegant, malic, tartaric, and citric with lime notes when hot, and hibiscus tea-like as it cools. Sweetness, medium-high intensity, dense, very mulled wine-like when it's hot, sugary, dense throughout, warm and cold. Mouthfeel is medium-low intensity, coating like a nice hibiscus tea all the way through the cup. Nice heat. Nice heat. This cup is one, like every cup, that's made from the knowledge of professionals, enthusiasts, and everyone in between. I hope you enjoy it as you drink. I like it from the white side when it's hot. It really brings the sweetness out. And then as it cools, you can find the acidity coming through more on the coolest, on the pink side. Please enjoy the coffee. Also drink it from both sides if you want. Thank you for your time.
Doom Ego Simba, everybody! All right, congratulations on finishing your first round. How's it feeling?
Nice. It's a nice coffee, so I'm excited for them to taste.
Fantastic. I was so intrigued by this, well, honestly, so many elements of your performance here. So let's start with the coffee itself. We've got about 3 main accessions of coffee lineages here. We have Geisha holding down that Ethiopian landrace category. We've got Typica and Bourbon all in one cup. So tell us, how did you arrive at this blend?
Jean visited the farm in Panama, and they discovered this coffee on their farm in like 2004, and they didn't know where it came from. And I got to try some, and I was intrigued by it because I noticed cup to cup, it tasted so different. And that's when we asked them if they had done genetic testing, and then they told us it had all of this going on. So then we started sorting the beans, and then it's a wonderful variety, or proto-variety, I should say.
Proto-variety. See, just when we think we've got them all figured out, there's always something new. I'm also curious to hear more about this dripper that you use. Not just the dripper itself, but what it allowed you to do. I heard that first largest dose of your coffee was 270 microns, which for those of you who are maybe less familiar with this kind of numerical range of coffee grind sizes, this is like a little bit coarser than where you would grind an espresso. So it's super, super fine. Yeah, how did you pull this off?
Ray who designed the metal drip, this is his dripper. It gives you so much confidence to like push the coffee quite hard because the column of water adds pressure to the extraction, so you don't have to worry about it stalling if you grind too fine. So you can really get into the coffee and find what's in there. And you can also brew regular. You don't have to do crazy ultra high bypass. It works well that way too.
That's incredible. Water columns, Darcy's Law, everybody, look it up. It's good stuff. Is this your first year competing?
Yes.
Incredible. How long have you been in the coffee industry?
By association, through my wife, 3 years. But I've been an enthusiast for a long, long time. Yeah.
Incredible. How do you brew your coffee at home every morning? Is this, are you going full tilt here?
No, nothing like that. I was trying to think if there's a more normal way to brew this coffee right before this. I like Holland, I like Oreo Z1, and Porter, or espresso, or soup, all of the above. It's all good.
When you've got great coffee, you can't go wrong. All right, let's give it up one more time for China Doom. All right, we'll have one more competitor before we take a short intermission for our lunchtimes today. In the meantime, if you are looking to check out more of what's going on in the space today, we do have the Cup Taster stage in the back of the warehouse, just right down here. So please make sure to go check out Cup Tasters throughout today. We also, at this very moment, have a super fun cupping happening in our cupping lab with Jerome Rossler from Nucleus. Jerome roasted a bunch of coffees on our Nucleus Link sample roasters this morning. So you can really go take a deep dive on how roasting variables impact the final cup of coffee that you enjoy. We'll be back in just a couple moments as we welcome our 8th competitor.
You're crazy. Now we're here. Look at the whole
All right, everybody, welcome back for the 8th competitor of today, the final in our first half of today's competition. Before we get to our next competitor, I just want to take a moment to shout out all of our sponsors. Once again, we've got Roastronics as our event partner, Pacific Foods Barista Series as a title sponsor of U.S. Coffee Championships. Also so happy to have support from Savage Coffees, our green coffee sponsor for the event. Bun, supplying some of our brewing gear and hot water towers. We've also got support from Blue Water for our official competition water sponsorship. Last but not least, thank you to Option O for sponsoring the competition grinders for both Brewers Cup and Cup Tasters. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce you all to Suyo Modi from Driftaway Coffee in New York, New York.
Hi, welcome. Hi. 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 Okay. Can we start the music? Welcome, judges. Are you ready? Time. My name is Suyo from Driftaway Coffee in Brooklyn, and I consider myself to be a student of coffee history. For me, coffee is about more than what you taste in the cup today. It is also about understanding how we arrived here. Every coffee reflects a moment in time, years of knowledge, experimentation, and choices made by producers pushing their craft forward. And that is why I chose this coffee, because I believe it belongs here now. What you are about to taste is not just flavor, but also progress. Today, I'm serving you a yeast-inoculated natural geisha from Huila, Colombia, produced by Frankie Hoyos and sourced through Nowhere Coffee and Juan Diaz. Frankie represents a new generation of coffee producers, deeply rooted in tradition, yet pushing the boundaries of processing and flavor. I chose this coffee because I, for one, am always chasing complexity, where 2 or even 3 distinct flavor notes exist in every single sip. And this coffee delivers on that promise every single time. This is one of the most unique and complex coffees I've tried in a long, long time. And that comes down to one reason alone: progress in processing. The processing begins with thermal shock, where controlled temperature changes open up the structure of the coffee cherries. And then fermentation is guided with precision, amplifying aromatic expressions and creating clear notes of orange and chocolate in the cup. At Driftaway, we roasted this coffee 5 days ago because I found that at this point of rest and at a precise level of extraction, a third flavor note emerges: bubblegum. So, what you're about to taste today is not just variety or process, but a result of those choices made over time. I've made 3 specific and unique brewing choices today to shape what you taste in this cup. Choice number 1 is water. I'm adding 50 grams of water for a 1-minute bloom, which extracts aromatic compounds and highlights orange acidity. My water is high in magnesium, and that elevates orange notes, and I'm also using a touch of gypsum that creates a creamy, rounded texture. Choice number 2 is to use a hybrid brewing technique of percolation and immersion. I began with percolation to extract volatile, brighter, aromatic compounds like orange. Then I'll close the switch and move into immersion, pouring the rest of my water up to 250 grams. This brings out my second tasting note of chocolate. This hybrid brewing technique allows me to present orange first, followed by chocolate. Choice number 3 is to keep the extraction yield low and preserve clarity. This is important because this coffee is really expressive, And by keeping the extraction low, I'm able to preserve clarity, maintain separation of flavors, and introduce my third flavor note of bubblegum as the coffee cools. The technique behind this uses a coarse grind and a large center pour for my second pour. This migrates fines downward quickly, allowing the rest of the brew bed to remain open and limits extraction during immersion. Then, when I open the switch, the water drains through the bed quickly and cleanly. Now to the fun part. Judges, please write down sensory descriptors for this coffee. Let's begin with aroma. The aroma for this coffee is high in intensity. You'll taste orange peel, cacao nib, and vanilla. Moving on to flavor. The flavor for this coffee is high in intensity. This coffee clearly evolves as it cools, revealing different layers over time. When hot, you'll taste chocolate-covered oranges. Once warm, you'll also taste vanilla. And then once cool, you'll taste bubblegum. Moving on to aftertaste. The aftertaste for this coffee is long. When hot, you taste cacao and vanilla, and it continues to be coating and lingering as it cools. For acidity, the acidity is medium in intensity. When hot, it is citric, like a sweet orange. And then, once warm and cool, it becomes lactic, like vanilla cream. Okay, then sweetness. So, this coffee is high in sweetness, through and through the cup. When hot, it is sweet like orange candy and cacao nib. And then once warm and cool, it is sweet like dark chocolate. Finally, mouthfeel. The mouthfeel for this coffee is full. It is creamy when hot, and then silky as it cools. Amazing. Let's begin by assessing aroma alone first. Please gently swirl this carafe as this releases aromatic compounds. Then bring it close to your nose, open your mouth, and take a small, steady inhale. We always start with aroma first, as this shapes how you experience the coffee. I'm using Origami Harmony cups today, which have a wide base and a very unique rim, which opens up the aroma and flavor for this coffee. Two of the most vivid expressions in this cup. Yeah. Judges, as you taste this coffee, I invite you to consider everything that has led us to this moment. Look beyond the cup and consider the choices behind them. A producer deciding to experiment. A process designed to shape expression. A roast and a brew built to reveal it. What you are tasting today is a result of those choices. And in this cup, you're also experiencing progress firsthand. For me, being a student of history is not about looking back. It is about recognizing when something new is being written. And today, this coffee is one of those moments. I'm really, really grateful to share it with you. Please enjoy. Thank you. That's my time.
Let's give it up for Suyo! All right. How you feeling?
I already prepared for this question. I'm feeling a burrito.
Feeling a burrito? Feeling a burrito for
Eating.
lunch? Yeah. Heck yeah. We love a good lunch
Feeling
burrito.
good. It's hot here.
It is, yeah. You know, anybody who's traveling from out of state to experience the lovely, lovely state of North Carolina gets to go on the roller coaster with us of 90 degrees today, 34 degrees tomorrow night.
Yeah, let's go.
Buckle in. It's gonna be a wild ride. So I'm curious to hear a little bit more about you know, the coffee that you selected today. So you've got Frankie Hoyos,
yes,
who is new to working with Nowhere Coffee, right? So
Yeah.
this is kind of like even back to the exporter. Juan Diaz
Yeah,
is
he's
here
back there.
somewhere. There he is. This is kind of a new partnership there. So I'm really curious to hear what compelled you to work with Frankie's Coffee for this performance.
So at Driftaway, we've been doing all sorts of like experimental coffees in the last like year and a half or so, and we have a ton of coffees from Edison somewhere here. And 6 months ago, Juan told me you should look at trying out Frankie's coffees, and we're like, this would be great to like build up for competition. And so that's what came about.
Incredible. One of my favorite tasting notes that you kept throwing out there was bubblegum. So Alyssa had a question that was just burning up her mind throughout this. What's your favorite bubblegum?
Honestly, I had to go to the grocery store and eat bubblegum in the last few months, like last 6 weeks. Because I haven't had it for a long time. Pink bubblegum.
Yeah, had to calibrate to it, yeah.
Does it really taste like bubblegum?
Yeah, I understand. It's a fascinating flavor to pin down and to dissect too. So awesome. Well, Suyo, thank you so much. Best of luck to you. And with that, we wrap up the first half of today's U.S. Brewers Cup round one. We're going to take a 30-minute break, and then we will be right back at it just a little bit before 2 p.m. here.
We get to eat.
Okay.
Okay, but it's okay. Because I had Zach start out and we used it in the second So maybe I'll try it before we decide to upgrade. I was like, that's your first dad duty. Today. You can go for that weekend. I usually just use baby wipes to be honest with you. I'll do like a 5 and then just go straight to But I would rather use Yeah. Alright, I'll test it out. Yeah. Ours came with the double, like, option where you could do it like your period. But I would never use, I mean, I don't know how to say that should be something. I don't want to use so much on TV. But I don't, I think, I mean, maybe if I get done on a day, like I don't use it, but like I'm not using it. Yeah, I like wasn't looking to do it just like I don't know. It was like one of those things where it's like original price is like $200 and I got it for $30. So I don't think that that's like what I mean. Like I remember that it's just not back. Because if you're really $200 a day, it's better to be used. And I was like, I don't know why no one, it had great reviews, and I was like, I don't know, but maybe that's just, like, my aunt today, it's like, it has this little toilet seriously, so that's what I was used to, so I think I was like a little more surprised when they did it. Oh well. Yeah.
They had like
I know, I was thinking I was like really done with that. Then I'll just have that. And we're not losing. No, we're yes, exactly. Yeah, I was oh, well, I got it. Oh, yeah, hopefully. I don't think that needs to be like and then
May I check my microphone? Can you hear me well? Okay, perfect. Could I hear the music for the volume, please?
Streaming. Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. Would you mind starting from the beginning for me, please? Time. Have you ever tried to recreate a champion's or your friend's brew recipe only to find there was something missing? Well, I have. What I was missing was that intrinsic quality that makes a recipe truly your own. And searching for this quality led me to an essential variable that makes brewing so special. Hello, my name is Shian, and it's an honor. I'm excited to share not only an extraordinary coffee, but a new perspective to brewing today. So, what's the secret ingredient? Well, simple answer, your hands. It's what makes each brew and recipe unique. The muscle memory that is imbued within your every pour. And this connection between your body and mind is best represented by the Korean word 손맛. 손맛. In Korean, 손 means hand, and 맛 means taste. So hand, taste. It might be your first time hearing this word, but you've definitely experienced it. It's when intuition meets experience. That perfectly dialed in morning cup of coffee. Your loved one sings your dish. When we say someone has good 손맛, it doesn't just mean that the recipe is good or that the cup is tasty. It's saying reverence in their labor of love, which allows them to reach that point. Precisely what I wish to embody today. And this reverence led me to find that in brewing, there's 손맛, a unique touch to imbue each step of the way, from the producer to the cup. And with this, I'd like to introduce my first 손맛, Frankie Hoyos at Finca El Encanto in Huila, Colombia. As a new producer, Frankie elevates existing qualities in coffee with innovative processing methods. To best showcase this, I chose to blend two of his coffees. Papayo, a local mutation known for its yellow fruit qualities, which makes up 2 parts of my blend. And what Frankie calls a tropical geisha, a geisha inoculated with tropical fruit yeast at the last stage of fermentation, perfectly complementing the geisha's elegant flavors, which makes 1 part of my blend. Both coffees started with anaerobic fermentation, breaking down sugars and intensifying fruit notes. Thermally shocked to control fermentation, bringing flavor, clarity, and finished with a wash process, allowing a marriage of both vibrant and elegant flavors. My second 손맛 today is my equipment. My intuition chose the Orea 01 for its fast flow rate, resulting in amazing flavor clarity, even at high extractions, where I added my 손맛. Building upon my experience, the column power elevates my brew in 2 distinct ways. First, it creates a semi-seal between the brewer and the coffee bed, allowing higher agitation without disturbing coffee bed structure, increasing juiciness and sweetness in the cup. And second, it allows water to flow through the bed evenly, increasing mouthfeel without compromising on flavor perception. Now, my third correction. For my filter today, I'm using the Sybaris B3 flat. Its porous material and lower bypass accentuates cup complexity, while its thickness helps reduce coffee oils in your cup, giving you a clean tactile. Now, my third 손맛, my recipe. For water, I'm using Aesop Korean spring water with a 2-to-1 ratio of calcium and magnesium, balancing sweetness to acidity with a dose of silica, which adds a lingering aftertaste. Now, my first kettle is set at 94 degrees Celsius for cup intensity. My second kettle is set at 80 degrees Celsius, preserving volatile aromatics and complex flavors. We'll begin by expelling at least 80 grams of water from both kettles. This heats up the kettle spouts, allowing a more consistent brew temperature throughout the brew. I'm using 15 grams of coffee to 240 grams of water, a 1-to-16 ratio. With a fast brew time and a high extraction, will bring structure while preventing bitterness. My first pour today is a 40-gram, 30-second pre-infusion, making the coffee easier to extract with subsequent pours. My next two pours will be each 100 grams. First, a higher agitation pour, increasing water turbulence, extracting sweetness and the papaya's vibrance. And second will be a lower agitation pour, using a millage of shower stream, preserving acidity and the gaseous elegance. Now, as I finish brewing, let us go over the sensory notes you'll experience today. Feel free to write these down now, but I've also provided you with note cards so you can come back to later backstage. For aroma, you'll experience a medium-high intensity of fruit notes with a hint of floral. Peach nectar, guava, and rosehead. For flavor taste, you'll experience a medium-high intensity throughout the cup. When hot, you'll experience nectarine, guava, strawberry, and rosehead. And as the cup cools, the citric acidity intensifies, still resembling pomelo, but alongside a tartaric acidity like white wine. For sweetness today, it'll be medium-high in intensity throughout the cup. When hot, it'll resemble nectar. And as the cup cools, fruit compote. For mouthfeel today, will be medium-high in intensity throughout the cup. When hot, it'll be round and coating. And as the cup cools, silky. Now, time to experience the aroma firsthand. Please swirl 5 times to aerate the coffee and enjoy the first fruits of the life. The marriage of the papaya's vibrance to the gaseous elegance. Are you all ready? Perfect. Choose your froth. Please enjoy it. Thank you. Here you go. Please enjoy. And I appreciate your patience. Choose your froth. Please enjoy it. Thank you. Please take your time, and I'll be right back. we all ready to move on? Perfect. Remember each hand. A lot of us are using sensory cups today, but I decided to serve you all in the Harmony cup because it exemplifies the most important sunlight, bridging the gap between people with an extraordinary experience. Remember each hand. They have a matte flared lip, accentuating its silky tactile, while its tapered silhouette enhances aromatic perception, helping ease the transition of coffee as it rolls in front of my hand. Judges, as you enjoy your cups, I hope you remember this experience, not only for its quality, but through the lens of sunlight, as a commitment to adaptation, to growth, and most importantly, reverence to the craft and those who have been blessed to enjoy its hard work and harvest. Please wait until I call time to enjoy your cups. Are you ready for the cups? Perfect. Here you go. This one is for you. Thank you. Please enjoy. Thank you for your patience. Please enjoy. Thank you, and time. Thank you.
Round one down.
All right.
All right. Tell us a little bit about your routine today. It's so funny. We just had our first Frankie Hoyos coffee of the day at slot number 8, and now we see Frankie Hoyos' coffee again at number 9. Tell me a little bit about this particular lot and why you chose to use it.
So originally when we were cupping, Juan Diaz from Nowhere Coffee provided all the coffees, of course. He's the guy. And what in particular really shocked me about the papaya was how complicated the layered fruit notes were. And then alongside there was that slight florality and slight herbaceousness that really complemented the tropical and the fruit forward characteristics. And then I just added that alongside the tropical geisha, which of course is inoculated with tropical fruit yeast. Gives that like really nice malic sweetness, and then it cools down perfectly with like that tea-like body, that green tea. And I was like, this is an amazing kaleidoscope of flavors. So that's what personally made me choose a blend and those two lots.
Kaleidoscopic flavor. We'd love to hear it. I think the geisha and papaya are such an interesting combination too. Awesome. Is this your first year competing?
Yeah, first year competing.
Incredible.
Yep.
I'm sure you have, LA has such a rich coffee community. I'm really curious to hear who else has been along for the journey with you, kind of helping you prep for this first round.
Absolutely. The community is what built me. And I mean, seriously, I don't mean this as like a pithy statement. I actually mean it. I came to LA 4 years ago with basically no coffee experience, and everyone along the way has been so supportive. I want to shout everyone out. Team Mandarin for organizing the run-throughs, Jamie Lau for always being there for me, giving me tips and advice, and Huxley Owens, my fellow competitor, helping me not crash out, and the Be Bright family, Frank, the 2024 US Barista Champion. Yeah, he built me, he broke me down and he built me up. He installed me, and also shout out to Nicole for printing these amazing graphs out. They're so beautiful. I wish there was more, but I hope the judges enjoy them alongside the cup. And there's so many people that I cannot name, but seriously, the LA community has been the best. We have the best shops, we have the best coffee, we have the best people.
Yeah, incredible. Well, thank you so much, Shian. Just a pleasure to watch you. Let's give it up one more time.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got a couple more moments before our next competitor takes the stage. In the meantime, we'd like to once again thank some of our event sponsors here. Roastronics, our event sponsor. We have Pacific Foods Barista Series offering up sponsorship as our title sponsor. Also receiving support from Slow Pour Supply, from Option O Grinders, Blue Water, our official water sponsor for this event. So many incredible folks making this happen. Savage Coffee is bringing us incredible coffee for cup tasters
compulsory round, and for your drinking enjoyment. We've got just a couple more minutes of our setup time for our next competitors, so we'll be back in just a moment.
He's allowed one person to help him
two people on. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Slides
It's gonna be right there.
Bailey, I'll meet you right there. I need your help.
All right. It is time already for our next brewing competitor, coming to us all the way from a town called Rogers, Arkansas, home of Onyx Coffee Lab. We have Konoka Hattori.
Can I get my music, please? I'm gonna restart that. Time. The goal is not just complexity, but also clarity. Welcome, judges. I'm Konoka. When I first started brewing, I would always believe the answer was more. More techniques, more equipments, more change. But the more I added, I was losing flavor and repeatability. Coffee is already dynamic. And over time, I realized something important. Innovation is not just adding more. Sometimes, innovation is refining what already exists. So today, we'll be focusing on refinement. Tools and techniques for an elevated coffee experience. Refining my coffee for clarity and complexity. Refinement begins on the farm. I found this Kai Jensen's geisha from Chiriquí, Panama, feeling the strong connection with his precise and refined drawing production that highlights delicate florals, sweetness, and tropical fruit trait of the geisha. His care stabilizes the coffee, reducing variabilities and improving extraction.
creating consistent flavor in each of your cup today. I love the tropical fruit note in his coffee, so I searched for a coffee that can enhance the tropical fruit flavors. During this year's new harvest cupping, I found a coffee with a tropical fruit note that immediately reminded me of Kaijen's geisha. So today, I'll be adding a second layer to it, a natural processed Pacamara produced by Jonathan Garsta from Villa Colombia. Pacamara is known for its larger bean size and expressive sweetness. And with his care for the natural processing, Jonathan develops a vibrant tropical fruit note in his coffee. The geisha will provide delicate florals and acidity, and the Pacamara will enhance the tropical fruit expression and the sweetness. And together, these will create a layered harmony. To refine complexity, I focused on control for brewing. Earlier in my preparation, I experimented with innovative tools used by previous brewers competitors. While those innovative tools could assist in flavor extraction, they led me to overcomplicated variables and losing the harmony I was looking for. So today, I return to a classic brewing system, an origami dripper with a Hario V60 filters. The origami dripper creates an evenly stable brew bed, providing juiciness and flavor clarity. The V60 filters create a controlled flow and descending contact time that provides clean cup and acidity. I dosed 5 grams of the Pacamara on the bottom to increase sweetness and layered 10 grams of the geisha on the top to highlight bright acidity and delicate florals for a standardized cup. The water I'm using today is 202 Fahrenheit and 100 ppm with a higher magnesium concentration for a vibrancy in the cup. In each pour, I control my water flow from spiral to center to ensure full saturation of the brew bed and even contact along the edges. I begin with 50 grams of bloom for 30 seconds. Then I divide the remaining water into 63 pours, 50 grams of 3 pours. The structured pouring pattern gradually increases extraction, creating layered sweetness and complexity while maintaining balance. This is the moment where myself and the requirement of the producer create a synergy in your cup. Please prepare to write down the descriptors. The aroma is high intensity with cherry, vanilla, pineapple chunks, brown sugar that reminds me of upside down pineapple cake. The flavor is medium high intensity. And as it cools, it becomes medium high intensity. It starts from medium and becomes medium high intensity. When hot, you'll find red fruit notes like cherry, stewed pineapple, and like tropical fruit note of pineapple chunks. When warm, you'll find the pineapple becoming becoming ripe pineapple, and the red plum that you will see in hot will be becoming yellow mango. And when cool, before cool, sorry, the geisha florality comes up with cherry blossom notes. And when cool, that becomes white tea. And the tropical fruit notes combines into tropical punch. The aftertaste starts from medium intensity and becomes medium high intensity. When hot is mango tea, and as it cools, it becomes lingering like mango tea and cherry blossom. Acidity is medium high intensity. When hot, you'll find stewed pineapple. And warm, that becomes juicier. And also, you'll find white grape and cherry. As it cools, you'll find Fuji apples. Sweetness is medium high. When hot, you'll find confectionery, like brown sugar and cherry jam. When warm, you'll find it juicier and balanced. As it cools, you'll find fruit texture. The mouthfeel is medium high intensity. When hot, you'll find brown mango nectar. And when warm, it becomes juicier and smooth. And as it cools, it becomes rosé, having a mineral dryness and sparkling. I'll be pouring each of your servings today, but please wait to evaluate after I call time. I chose this cup to support the drinking experience to enhance aromatics. To this approach, I created a cup that feels harmonious and expressive. One of the most memorable coffee I have ever brewed. I hope you enjoy this coffee as much as I did. Time.
Come on up, Danoka.
Yeah, if you'll talk to Trevor, he has some questions for you.
How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Good.
Good, awesome. Hey, round one, done, in the books. Really love the theme that you kept throughout this of simplicity. I think everything all the way through from the way that you presented it to the playlist, everything had this nice, easy breathing feel to it. So tell us a little bit more about what inspired you to take this approach to highlight simplicity in coffee brewing?
When I was preparing my pump coffee, I was adding more equipment, new tools, but it just got overcomplicated, and I was confused. So I was stepping back from what I was doing and found out the simple way would be another angle of refinement and innovation.
I love that. Focusing on simplicity as a way to refine and innovate. We've all been there, right? You make something just a huge tower of variables and complicated factors, and then we just find that stripping it all back can create those just truly beautiful results. All right, everybody, let's give it up one more time for We've got a few more minutes here before our next competitor comes to the stage. Just a reminder of some of the activations that we have going on in this space today. You can see our friends back at our slow bar. We've got Savage Coffees brewing up some delicious cups. Go say hi to Josh, have some awesome tastes. We've also got competitors slotting into that space throughout the day to share some of their coffees too. We've got a booth from Hugo Tea, so if you're feeling a little coffeeed out, we got you covered with some tea. Also at 3 p.m. we'll be doing another cupping and demo of the Nucleus Link sample roasters. So Jerome from Nucleus is going to do a nice guided walkthrough of how different variables impact the final flavor of roasting. Last but not least, go see my friends Dan and Christy at our Mooch Berg. At the merch booth today, we've got all sorts of fun coffees pulled out of our green coffee freezer. Highly recommend checking out what is back there. We'll be back in just a minute.
I just accepted the seat. I just took it. Oh, careful. Okay, watch out.
Seriously. That's crazy. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
What does that mean? What does it mean?
This company is called Black and White.
Dada, I know, but what does
It's
that
reserved for someone to sit here.
Alright folks, if you are planning to stick around for today's round 1 announcements for both US Brewers Cup and Cup Tasters Championships, we will plan to have our announcement ceremony happen at 5:30 p.m. today. So let anybody you need to know 5:30 p.m. is the plan. Schedules may vary, but we're feeling pretty good about that. So we'll go ahead and welcome our next competitor to the stage. Another LA competitor holding it down from Box Coffee Roasters, Travis Heath.
Are you ready? Can I have my music, please? Only. And hi judges, what kind of coffee do you prefer? A high-intensity coffee can be fun, exciting, and surprising, but you can also get fatiguing very quickly. In my own coffee journey, the more coffee I drink, the more I'm drawn towards coffee that's clean, delicate, gentle, and complex. But to brew such a cup of coffee is not easy. It's like walking on a tightrope with too much or too little of any variable, your balance is lost. Hi, my name is Travis. I'm from Box Coffee Roasters in Los Angeles. It's a great pleasure to brew and share a cup of coffee with you today and share my understanding of how precise agitation improves coffee brewing. In front of you, you will see 3 types of coffee grounds in clear water. I will use those to demonstrate how coffee grounds react when agitation is introduced. In the first cup, I will pour from a higher position, fast and heavy, about 10 grams per second. As you can see, this will create a volume disruption of the coffee bed. The movement of the grounds is unpredictable, chaotic. I found in my trials this will create inconsistencies in brewing and unclean cups. In the second cup, I will still pour from a higher position, but this time slow and gentle, about 4 grams per second. Water will penetrate the coffee bed and cause grounds to move from the bottom to the top of the cup in a small, localized area. This is controlled agitation. This is my primary tool to brew a balanced and clean cup. In the third cup, I will pour still from a lower position, slow and gentle. Water will only scratch the surface of the coffee bed, leaving less intense and agitation with less fines migration. Agitation doesn't only work with intensity, but time matters as well. Since fines migration is an inevitable byproduct of agitation, but those fines doesn't immediately clog the filter and slow down the drain. They will eventually settle and fall down onto the filter and slow out the drain. But by introducing another agitation right before the first one stops, we are able to pick up the fines again and keep them unsettled in the water and maintain our flow efficiency. To show you both the importance of agitation and a beautifully built coffee, today I will be brewing a Ethiopian coffee with the Hario Alpha dripper. Hario Alpha is a cone-shaped dripper that's faster than traditional with 60. And this will help me grind finer and ensures flow consistency at the same time. The coffee I'm representing today, it is going to be a natural processed Ethiopia 74158 variety from Tameru Tadasi of our coffee. This coffee is grown at 2,300 meters above sea level, processed at German station. They were fully ripe and hand-sorted before they put on raised drying beds. The coffee is turned every hour and covered protected from afternoon sunlight to ensure evenness in drying. Another reason I picked this coffee, despite its elegancy and craftsmanship, is because Ethiopian coffees are known to produce more fines when grinding, making agitation more important as a control of fine migration management. The water I'm using today is going to be a coffee water, customized with 1 part of magnesium to 1 part of calcium at 93 degrees Celsius. I will be using 15 grams of coffee to 240 grams of water at a ratio of 1:16. And my filter of choice today is going to be the Citrus Fast filter. I found this combination of temperature, grind size, filter, and brewer brings me the perfect ratio of acidity, sweetness, and body for a pleasant, elegant cup. We also approach the roasting of this coffee a little bit differently. Since this is a natural Ethiopian coffee, we roasted this similar to a washed Ethiopian coffee. With higher energy and faster development, we are able to bring out more complex florals and pleasant acidity from coffee. I'm starting my first pour with 30 grams of water with the precise pour. Less water running to bloom will help CO2 escape easier, and with the precise pour, water penetrates coffee bed, leave less room for dry pockets, ensures evenness in blooming. The next pour I'm going to start is going to be at 30 seconds, 40 seconds, with 70 grams of water with the precise pour. At this phase, I'm extracting mostly aromas and acidity, so a higher agitation precise pour will be beneficial for higher extraction. And since fines have not yet started to accumulate on the filter, this won't affect our draining consistency. I'm starting my third pour right now at 1 minute and 5 seconds with a gentle pour. The timing of agitation is essential, like I described before. I'm starting another pour before the first pour draining, before the fines settling. With a gentle pour that's causing lower agitation, I'm able to control fines migration and maintain flow consistency. In the meantime, bring out enough pleasant sweetness. My last pour will be starting at 1 minute 40 seconds with an 80-gram pour with the help of mellow drip. Mellow drip will turn water streams into droplets, further decrease agitation and further decrease Fang's migration. At this stage, I'm primarily extracting bitterness and body for complexity and balance. So lower agitation at this phase is going to be beneficial since I'm aiming for a cleaner tea-like structure to the coffee. Judges, please get ready. I'm about to describe your experience with coffee with the flavor notes. Are you ready? When the coffee is hot, you will have a high intensity of aroma like jasmine and Fuji apple, high intensity of sweetness like ripe apple and daisy, medium intensity of acidity like lemon, and when the coffee is warm, you will have a medium intensity of aroma like apple and green tea, medium intensity of sweetness like honey and jasmine, and medium intensity of acidity like lemon. When the coffee has cooled down, you will have low intensity of aroma like apple and hibiscus, low intensity of sweetness like green apple and green tea, medium intensity of acidity like lemon zest and nectarine. Please also use the sweetness, aroma, and acidity descriptors as the flavor descriptor for the coffee. And the aftertaste of this coffee will be high and long-lasting. You will get a flavor of jasmine, green tea, and sweet ripe apple. The body of this coffee from hot to room temperature will be a juicy medium body like nectarine juice to a tea-like body light like green tea. Please also swirl the cup 5 times before evaluating the aroma. Feel free to take the carafe and the cups back to the backstage with you and enjoy the coffee. As a starter as home barista, I always have problems with brewing consistent coffee that's delicate, and I will go back to day after day. But with the help of precise application, I'm able to brew them more consistently and repeatability. My name is Travis. I hope I do something delicious and share something helpful on time.
Let's give it up for Travis Heath. Come on up, Travis. All right, so I've been asking everybody today how they're feeling at the end of this. I was like, you know what? I think most people are coming down off a big moment.
Yeah.
So here's what I want to know. What are you going to be doing on Monday?
On Monday?
How are you going to be feeling on Monday?
I'm going to be flying back, so you might be more tired.
More tired? Yeah. Yeah, that
hopefully it's a good meal.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Got the hardware to fly home. Awesome. Well, tell us about just your kind of journey into coffee competitions. Have you competed before?
Yeah, I was competing last year at Western Regional Las Vegas.
Excellent.
That was my first time. This is the second time I'm actually ever on stage.
Phenomenal. So second time on stage. What is it about the Brewers Cup competition in particular that has kind of called to you? What has made you want to throw your hat in the ring?
So I'm always an enjoyer of black coffee. I have in the face, I believe in Brewer and how the producer is working with talent and hard effort to improve our coffee. So I think moreover is the best way to showcase these efforts from the producer to roasters and to us, the baristas, this understanding of how coffee and brewing.
Incredible. Yeah. Big filter coffee drinker as well. Love an espresso from time to time, but you know, it's filter coffee all the time here. Tell us a little bit about the dripper that you elected to use today.
So I'm using a Hario Alpha dripper that is from Hario in Taiwan. They changed the ridge of the dripper from popping out to pop in. And they opened up the bottom of the bottom hole a little bigger, so it's floating faster than regular Hario. I found that they keep warm a little bit better than regular Hario glass or ceramic. So that's what is interesting to me.
Incredible. Yeah, that's so interesting. We've kind of seen this rise of brewers in the last couple of years with these really intentional air channels, just encouraging the speed of flow through coffee.
I really like this brewer since he's faster without causing more bypass.
Yeah, kind of, you know, I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. It's the idea of taking those kind of inherent challenges with a brewer and actually just leaning into them and saying, how do we turn this challenge into something that works really well and highlights the coffee. So, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Travis. Let's give it up one more time for Travis Heath. All right, folks, and just one housekeeping reminder, this is specifically for our competitors. So if you have competed or you're coaching somebody, listen up. If you have competed today and you have not reclaimed your cups or anything that has gone through the wash, they are most likely in the back of our space, kind of down at the end of the aisle where we have the competitor backstage set up. So please make sure to reclaim your wares. This is also a coffee roaster. We will absorb your two-way cups like you've never believed. So yeah, just go grab your cups. It's so true. I am. That's exactly.
Yeah, I catch it.
Understandably. Yeah. Last name? Good. I don't normally do this. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. He's got pulled in a few different directions today, so you know, big shoes. But, that part is true. I feel like timing out, like if you're in the kind of shove some in that phase. Big blow up. I don't know if this is really not this year, also congrats
All right, everybody. Let's give a warm welcome to Hugo Kano from Texas in Newport Beach, California.
Daryl? Daryl. Oh my gosh, sorry. Nice to meet you. And I've seen you before. What's your name? Okay, cool. Nice to meet you. And what's your name? Ali? Nice to meet you. Hugo. Cool. Sweet. And Jason, well, I read your name, right? Jason. There you go. Good. Hugo, nice to meet you all. All right, I think I am ready for my music. Are you ready? Could you restart, please? Thank you. Time. Coffee. Am I right? But seriously though, coffee. It is such a unique experience that for many of us transcends the simplicity of the cup to become something much more meaningful. Over the last few months, coffee for me has been comfort. After moving across the country to a new city, my purpose for brewing coffee has changed. From brewing coffee for service every day to brewing for my own meditative practice, coffee has become a comforting experience that keeps me connected to this community. So today, I'd like to invite you into this experience by sharing what has become my everyday practice of listening to some of my favorite music while brewing a coffee that evokes the comfort of that connection. So please sit back, make yourselves comfortable, and enjoy. The coffee that I'm sharing with you today has been my everyday comfort over the last few months because of its sweetness, florals, and fruit-forward qualities. Flavors that I find so comforting in coffee. And because this coffee was gifted to me by friend and producer Jameson Savage. This coffee is a natural processed geisha varietal, grown in Volcan, Panama at 2,000 meters above sea level. The slow maceration of coffee beans in cherry in this process is going to create various acids and volatile aromatics that are responsible for this coffee's comforting flavors, which I believe I could highlight through my brewing method to create that comforting experience for you. Now to transform this coffee into that comforting cup, I'm going to be using the UFO, my favorite brewer for brewing this geisha because of its ability to highlight these flavors for a clean and balanced brew. The wide angle of the brewer is going to expose more of the coffee bed surface area, allowing a more even saturation of the bed during each pulse. This is going to more uniformly extract all of the acids and volatile aromatics that are going to result in a balanced cup. Meanwhile, the conical shape of the brewer is going to offer more self-filtration than a flat bottom, as water has further to travel down the conically shaped better grounds.
retaining fines and giving way to that clarity in a clean cup. And to ensure that balance and clarity, I'm using the UFO Sybaris Fast Filters. I chose these filters because of their permeability and porosity. These are going to allow a more consistent and fast flow of water through the coffee bed, highlighting this coffee's smooth acidity and sweetness and that full, enjoyable mouthfeel that I find so comforting. And to achieve all of this, I'm using a 1 to 11.1 ratio. That is 18 grams of ground coffee to 200 grams of water. I ground this coffee at 600 microns because I found this ratio and grind size produced the most enjoyable and balanced mouthfeel and acidity. I'm brewing at 204 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a temperature that I found all of these volatile aromatics to be optimally extracted, giving us that deep sweetness that when paired with that acidity and mouthfeel is going to give us a brew that is dynamic, balanced, and truly comforting. So now, we're going to move on to a more meditative part of this experience. And that, my friends, is going to be brewing. I'm going to be using 4 pulses every 40 seconds. This is going to allow sufficient time for the coffee bed to fully saturate with water, as well as let enough of this water draw down to prevent tall columns from forming, which would otherwise compact the bed and lead to a stalled brew. For the first pulse, I'm using 40 grams of water. Pour it in circles to target an equal saturation. I'm giving the coffee bed 2 more swirls after this first pulse to make sure that it is evenly saturated. The use of less water during this first pulse is going to extract acidity more gently, since this is the beginning of brewing where the majority of the extraction occurs. For the second and third pulses, I'm using 60 grams of water. Pour it in a spiral from the center out to target the equal saturation. I'm giving the coffee bed 2 more swirls to resettle the bed. Make sure we have that even drawdown and extraction. For the fourth and final pulse, I'm using 40 grams of water. Pour it in a spiral from the center out, finishing it off with 2 more swirls to target equal saturation and extraction. The use of less water during this last pulse, I found brought up this coffee's mouthfeel and sweetness to make it that enjoyable and comforting experience. So now, what you will taste today in the aroma at a medium plus intensity. You will taste honeysuckle, jasmine, strawberry, and cane sugar. When the coffee is hot at a medium-high intensity, you will taste strawberry, kiwi, cane sugar, and jasmine. When warm at a medium-high intensity, cherry and jasmine. And when cool at a medium plus intensity, strawberry, blood orange, and grape. The aftertaste is lingering, medium plus intensity throughout the cup. Throughout the cup, you will taste jasmine. When hot and warm, you will taste dried strawberry, which will cool down to a dried cherry. The acidity is going to be medium to high throughout the cup. Throughout the cup, it'll be tartaric, like grape. When hot and warm, it'll be citric, like kiwi. Cooling down to grapefruit-like acidity and fully cool. The sweetness, medium plus intensity throughout the cup, and sugar-like. When hot, light muscovado sugar. Cooling down to agave and fully cool. And the mouthfeel, my favorite. Medium plus intensity when hot. Smooth and round mouthfeel. Cooling down to medium plus intensity when cool, with a mouthfeel that is full and coating. I ask that you please give the carafe 5 swirls to bring up all those wonderful aromas. You will then hand these back to me to signal that you're done with your evaluation. So again, 5 swirls to bring up all the comforting aromas of this natural dish. Now you're going to be enjoying this coffee from my favorite everyday cups to drink out of. These are the Echo Cups, made by David Seth of Odaka. Their lightweight and thin lip are going to highlight this coffee's mouthfeel and sweetness, making it that comforting experience for me, as I hope it does for you as well. Now we're going to end our time together in a posture of silence, enjoying the coffee and the music in the exact same way I do every single day when I go through this meditative practice. You'll have a couple of minutes to evaluate in this manner up until our 10 minutes together have concluded, which is when I will call time. So please use this little space that I carved out for you to connect with this coffee, to connect with the people you're sharing this coffee with, to find the comfort of this moment. I'll be back there enjoying some coffee with you, but please let me know if you need anything else. Enjoy. Enjoy.
Give it up for Hugo Kano, everybody. Hugo. What a vibe. What a vibe we just witnessed. Getting through it, nailing our timing, nailing our calls, and then just posting up and drinking some coffee alongside.
It's the best part. The coffee. Experiencing the coffee is the best part. That's why we do it.
That's it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Getting to share a coffee across the bar with somebody. What a beautiful experience. Part of why we've all fallen in love with this whole world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, so you used really exciting coffee. You had the Nirvana lot from Finca Deborah in Panama, brought to us by Savage Coffees. Shout out.
Shout out Jameson.
Incredible. Yeah. Savage. An incredible coffee happened. Yeah, tell us about why you chose Nirvana.
So, Jameson, I've been working with Jameson for like 4 years now through Comp. He reached out to us this year and was like, we want to sponsor Team Indy. And I was like, well, that is amazing. So he sent out a bunch of coffees to us. Austin competed with Symbiosis. Danny's competing with Deep Purple. I had the pleasure of competing in Nirvana. We all kind of like chose our favorites. And truly, like what I said in the presentation, it's the coffee I've been brewing for the last couple months. And I'm not currently working every day in coffee, so this is like a great way for me to just experience that and just to get excited about what people will taste like, what coffee's gonna taste like, or what people will taste when I brew it for them. So I've been waiting for this moment with it.
That's incredible. So, and you've been waiting for a moment for this Brewers Cup stage, but y'all, we have to own, if you know Hugo or have seen him at coffee competitions, He's a madman. He competes in multiple competitions every season. So we also have the United States Coffee and Good Spirits champion. So tell me a little bit about just like, what's your balancing act like to do this? To move from not just competing, but winning SIGs, and then to jump over to preparing for Brewers Cup. How do you kind of mentally shift out of one comp to the next?
It's been kind of, well, first off, I think Jessa is my balance, my wife. I've been practicing for 3 competitions since August of last year. So for me, it's like, what was announced first took priority. So it's like, all right, we're gonna focus an hour on SIGs and then do 1 barista run through, 1 brewers run through. And then once SIGs ended, it was like, all right, we're gonna start making brewers a priority. So it's like 1 hour for that and then 1 barista run through. And yeah, so we'll see what happens after this, but I love competing. It's amazing. It's so much growth and so much of seeing people that I love seeing every year. And like helping others and coming to places like here where you guys always put me. It's a great event. I love it. I love it. So I try to be in it as much as I can.
That's incredible. Yeah, I think an awesome testament to just the connection that the competition world can create, right?
Yeah.
Pushing yourself further to understand coffee more deeply, and then also just connecting with this big, beautiful industry that we have here.
Yeah.
So awesome. Cool. Hugo, best of luck to you.
Thank
Let's
you
give
very
it up one more time for Hugo Kano.
Thank you, Camila.
All right, and we are on to our next competitor for today. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause for Isaiah Sheis of Architect.
I don't know where we do the
Yes, comfortable? Yes, everyone hear me okay?
No.
Ready? Can I get my music, please? Fine, welcome. Who should get to decide what tastes good and what tastes bad? Should it be the producers, the roasters, the baristas, or ultimately, our guests? Because what tastes good to me, sadly, may not taste good to you, and vice versa. We all find ourselves at various stages on this coffee tasting journey. Some looking for comfort, some looking for adventure. One thing that I've discovered is that almost everyone loves nostalgia. Now, since you 3 are my guests, I wanted to choose flavors that I think all 3 of you are going to love. And if you don't, hopefully after tasting this blend, you'll have a change of heart. I've chosen 2 incredible coffees from Colombia in order to create what I think is the most complex, elegant, nostalgic, orange vanilla creamsicle that I've ever had. Now, before we dive into the coffee information, let's talk about brewing. The brewer that I found that best showcases these flavor profiles is the Lily Dripper. This is a modified flat bottom brewer that has a built-in filter support in order to support the filter so it doesn't sag and stall out our brews. It has a more narrow diameter, giving us a deeper brew bed, giving us more sweetness and body in the cup. Now the filter that I'm using is the April filter for its fast flow rate and very clean extraction, aiming for a total brew time of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Now I'm going to be dosing 16 grams of coffee to 250 grams of water, giving us a brew ratio of 1 to 15. I'll be aiming for a TDS of 1.4. This 19% extraction is where I found the most harmonious balance between all of those sweet fruit notes
and a juicy acidity. Now, Jason Burkham from Archetype roasted this coffee 13 days ago on the Stronghold roaster. Through much experimentation, he discovered that starting with a lower charge temperature and heat application early on allowed us to develop more sweetness and body in the cup, while still allowing us to drop it out nice and light, keeping all those bright fruity notes intact, for a total roast time of 8 minutes and 30 seconds and a DTR of 12%. Now, I've ground this coffee at 750 microns using the hand grinder, the Z-Presso ZP6. It's a 48 millimeter, 6-sided burrs that gives us almost virtually no fines, giving the most clarity in the cup from any grinder I've ever tasted. Now, the base of my water is going to be 90 ppm with the addition of 1.5 grams of Apex Labs Conflux formula. Now, Apex Conflux adds the addition of silica to it, which gives us a very elegant and silky mouth taste. The temperature I'm brewing today is going to be 201 because that's where I found to enhance the most sweetness. I'm going to be using the Bloom. It's a WDT tool to settle the bed without compacting it so that we get full saturation on our Bloom, which is going to give us much more even extraction. You guys ready to brew? We're going to start by doing 3 pours. Excuse me, my brew is 3 pours. We're going to start with a 30 gram, 20-second Bloom. Now, this slightly shorter bloom time is going to keep the temperature high. It's an advanced natural wush wush. Now, wush wush is typically a varietal that we only see in Ethiopia, known for its complex fruit yield of chemical engineering in order to help her father on their farm, Patio Bonito. Using her scientific skill set and knowledge, Paola heads up the fermentation program, transforming traditional coffee processing methods into state-of-the-art practices. Now, she does this first by selecting cherries at no less than 18 to 24 bricks. She then floats them, hand sorts them in order to remove all of the defects. She then separates the lot out into equal parts into 3 separate fermenters, inoculating them each with 10% of her bone Cedro Mosto. Then seals them, and she's going to monitor the pH and the temperature through the whole duration of the fermentation. The first one will ferment for 18 to 24 hours. The second will ferment for 36 to 48 hours. And the last one is going to ferment for 72 to 96 hours. Now, at the end of this fermentation, she allows these coffees to dry in the same way, but keeping them separate, using solar in the beginning and finishing with mechanical drying it to 11%. Now, then Paola is the one that decides what this coffee is going to taste like. She does this by cupping the individual lots and then specifically choosing which one and how much she's going to use in the final blend that's going to best showcase the Wush Wush variety in this cup. Now, for you guys, what does it taste like? It's going to add intense candy-like sweetness, beautiful complexity, and some subtle florals. Now, the top end of this blend, the venture portion, is going to be 11 grams of a coffee from by another producer. It's a washed thermal shock orange bourbon grown at 1,600 meters above sea level in Pitalito, Colombia on Finca Encanto. Now, Frankie Hoyos is a 3rd-generation producer trying to push the bounds of what he believes coffee can taste like. And he does this by first picking cherries at no less than 22 to 28 per count. He then allows them to oxidize for 40 hours. And what that oxidation is going to do is allow him to create some intense sugar alcohols. He then washes the coffee, he depulps them, then he places them in another fermenter for 6 hours, allowing them to heat up to 95 degrees. And once it's reached that, he crushes that fermentation into cold water, thermal shocking it. And what the thermal shock process is going to do is allow it to open up all the cellular walls of the coffee in order to receive an inoculation of yeast from oranges, tropical fruits, and cacao. Now, to lock in all of that incredible flavor that he just created after that 3rd fermentation, he dries it for 12 hours in solar and finishing it in 40 hours in mechanical drying. This is going to provide some incredible tropical fruit notes and delicious milk chocolate. Now, we all get to decide what this coffee tastes like. For the fun part. For the aroma, you're going to be welcomed with high intensity, start to finish, of notes of orange, caramel, vanilla, and a chocolate cherry cordial. For flavors, hot, you get a medium-high intensity of navel orange, a citrus tea cake, and milk chocolate. When warm is when all of those beautiful nostalgic flavors are going to come in. The medium-high intensity of that orange vanilla creamsicle, dried mango, and a banana candy. Some people think it tastes like banana latte toffee. When cool, the coffee becomes more wine-like, like a natural orange wine of medium-high intensity. The cherry hibiscus tea, and finishing with a subtle floral oolong tea. The aftertaste is medium intensity with an orange vanilla caramel. When it's hot, as it cools, stays medium. It's going to be a 70% dark chocolate and vanilla. The acidity is medium citric throughout. Excuse me, when hot. Thank you. And then as it cools, it becomes more wine-like, citric and tartare, like that orange cherry hibiscus. The sweetness is medium-high throughout and candy-like. And the mouthfeel. When hot, it's going to be medium-high, creamy and velvety. And as it cools, it becomes more juicy and silky and medium. Now the question still remains, who gets to decide what tastes best? From the looks of it, to me, it's from all the hands that touch it. From me, from the beginning all the way to the end, for you. Paola, Jason, Frankie, and I, we don't only think that this coffee tastes fantastic or good, we think it tastes extraordinary. We hope you enjoy it as much. I'm serving in this origami harmony cup to catch all of those aromas and to deliver them gently to your nose while you drink. So my pleasure. Time.
Sheis, everybody. Isaac.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
I feel good.
Feeling great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Delightful performance. Good tunes.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about the blend that you chose to assemble here. Obviously, you've spoken to some of its flavor, but I'm curious, just how did you arrive at working with both Paolo Trujillo and Frankie Hoyos?
Yeah, first off, a big thanks to Juan Diaz and Nowhere Coffee. If you guys don't know him, he's a fantastic resource. Even before I stepped on stage, he brought over the phone, and Frankie Hoyos, which I've never met, was on the phone. I got to say hey to him. And then he's like, hey, talk to Paola, which Paola and I have talked on WhatsApp, but we've never obviously interfaced. And so it was just, yeah, Juan's doing a fantastic job. If you guys need some tasty coffees, please hit him up. But so how I got to that coffee was, when you're trying to choose a competition coffee, you're trying to make 3 people happy, and so I had some coffees that, one person loved and the next person didn't, and the next person loved and the next person didn't, and I had a coffee that I landed on that almost everyone loved, but Jason didn't.
Oh.
And every time I cupped him blind on that coffee, he picked it out, and it was never there was nothing bad, it was just something that didn't jive with him. He's like, dude, just use it. And I was like, no, man. I was like, I can't do this. So the last ditch ever, we had a couple more coffees coming from Juan, and I was like, Jason roasted them, overnighted them to me. We're at I've got to make a decision because my brain is not going to be able to keep all this information. And we cupped it with a lot of people in Denver blind, and I was just watching people's reactions of what landed and what didn't. And this coffee landed with everyone. And so, yeah, that's what we got.
That's incredible. So, you're hot on the heels of Hugo Kano here, so we were just talking about people who compete in multiple competitions. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Isaiah here is the 2023 United States Barista Champ. So, is this your first time putting your hat on the Brewers Cup?
This is my second time.
Second time.
So,
right.
First
about your journey.
The first time was 2023 when I won the Barista. At the preliminary, Jesus, one of our longtime competitors and employee, he didn't have anyone kind of going against him in the company. So I was like, dude, I'm going to beat you at Brewer's Company. He's like, no, you're not. And so I signed up, and then I ended up coming in second at the prelim. He came in third at the other prelim. And so that's how it started. And Jason was like, he's like, if you don't place top 3, you can't do both competitions at nationals. And, you know, because, you know, we wanted to focus on what my true passion is that. And so I came in second, and so then ended up being able to do both.
Incredible, incredible.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back to the Brewers.
Hey, thank you.
We're so happy to have you
Yeah,
here.
thank you so much.
Let's give it up one more time for Isaiah Sheis, everybody. All right, we've got just a couple more minutes before our next competitor is ready to roll. For anybody who will plan to be here for announcements for both US Brewers Cup and US Cup Tasters Round 1, we are planning for a 5:30 start time for our announcements. So mark your calendars now. We'll be back in just a minute with our next competitor.
Good afternoon, judges. My name is Shian. I'm an educator at Devoción in New York City, and I'm super excited to be here. Coffee to me has always been a beverage that brings people together. But before I started in the industry, I didn't realize how much care, knowledge, and especially collaboration goes into just one cup. As we know, there are many variables that make an excellent cup of coffee, from country of origin to how the coffee is processed, all the way down to the decisions we make when brewing it. How we approach those decisions is shaped by our own experiences and the knowledge passed on to us by the community around us. Every decision I've made today is not only the best approach in extracting my coffee, but also a reflection of the community that helped shape me as a coffee professional. The coffee I've chosen is the Sudan Rumi variety from Granja Pariso 92 in Colombia. Produced by Wilton Benitez, this washed coffee goes through a carefully controlled 96-hour anaerobic fermentation in tanks with Saccharomyces bosterianus yeast cultures, a yeast that is typically found in craft beer fermentation. What inspires me about Wilton's work is that he not only uses his knowledge from the coffee industry, but from other industries like beer, wine, and cheese to find new ways to process his coffee. In fact, the tropical fruit character you'll find in your cup today is a direct result of that collaboration and experimentation. Due to its freshness, we roasted this green coffee by gently applying heat at the beginning stage to extend the drying period for a more even roast and better flavor development. Because of this coffee's experimental processing, it's easier to extract. The extended fermentation breaks down the cellular structure of the bean, making it more porous and soluble. To avoid over-extraction, I will be using the Kano paper filter made out of wood pulp for a more even water distribution and faster airflow for a faster extraction. I'm pairing that with a lower water temp of 198 degrees Fahrenheit to limit the amount of soluble dissolved. I'm using the origami air dripper. The grooves in my dripper are going to allow for a more controlled extraction to bring out the delicate acidity in my coffee. The heat-retentive resin material of the dripper is also going to help me maintain a more consistent brew temperature from start to finish. I'm using the CP6 grinder at 3.5 clicks today, which is about 750 microns. After this grind size and with this grinder's capability to consistently deliver a clean cup, I'm really able to showcase some of those tropical fruit notes in my coffee. I'm using a custom water recipe of 6 lotus water magnesium drops and 6 calcium drops per liter of distilled water, with a ppm of 100 and a pH of 6 to enhance the sweetness and clarity in my cup. This idea came from indigenous practices in countries like India, where they use red clay to naturally mineralize their water with magnesium and calcium to sweeten it and make it more refreshing in the hot climate. Even the way we think about water in our coffee is influenced by indigenous practices and the communities around us. Before I begin brewing, I'd like to invite you to pick up and connect with the piece of red clay in front of you. This red clay is rich in minerals like magnesium and calcium, the same minerals I've used to build my water. And it's also the same material your cups are made of. Now let's begin. For my recipe today, I'll be using 15 grams of coffee to 225 grams of water, making this a slightly more constricted brew at a 1:15 ratio. I find at this ratio, I'm able to really highlight the lactic acid in my coffee and also enhance the creamy mouth. I'll be completing my brew in 4 pours today, starting with a 45 gram bloom pour for 40 seconds, then to 115 grams, then to 180, and finally to 225. I'm using heavy spiral pours for most of my brew today to maximize agitation and for a more even extraction. The agitation is going to help bring out that lactic acid in my coffee. I'm going to finish my brew with a center pour right down the middle to 225 to help balance out some of that acidity and add some sweetness. My total brew time today should be 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, judges, I'm going to give you your descriptors. In the aroma of this coffee, you'll find white grape, mango, and milk and honey. In the flavor of this coffee, when hot, you'll find Concord grape. When warm, you'll find vanilla cream. When cool, you'll find mango lassi. The aftertaste of this coffee, when hot, is like red wine. And as it cools, it turns to praline. The acidity of this coffee starts out at a medium intensity. And when hot, it's malic, like white grape. And from warm to cool, the lactic acidity intensifies. The malic remains all the way throughout, and it turns into tropical fruit parfait. The sweetness of this coffee is of high intensity all throughout, from hot to cool. When hot, you'll find date syrup, and as it cools, it'll turn into ripe cantaloupe. For the mouthfeel of this coffee, when hot, it's like grape juice, and as it cools, it turns silky like coconut milk. My judges, just give me a few moments while I finish this brew. tell you a little bit about the cups you'll be looking at today. These red clay cups are glazed to ensure that any water manipulation I've done is quantifiable through the Lotus water drops form. These cups were handmade by a ceramicist friend in New York, specifically for this competition. The shape from wide base to narrow top is going to help funnel that aroma directly to your nose when you assess. The weight of my cup is going to help enhance the silky mouthfeel of my coffee. And the wide lip is going to help spread that coffee evenly along your palate when you assess. When I hand you your cups, please assess aroma immediately, but wait until I've called time to assess the rest of the cup. Coffee is often brewed alone, and even though I'm the only person standing in front of you today, this cup represents the wisdom, resilience, and generosity of a community that's helped shape me. From the oldest piece of knowledge, to modern brewing techniques, to the refined coffee in front of you. If I can reflect any part of that in this cup today, then I've done my job. Thank you. Time.
Julie Patadia, everybody! Dude, come on. Great job.
Thank you.
Way to go.
Thank you.
All right, tell me, have you competed in Brewers Cup before?
I competed in qualifiers last year for the first time.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And you're back for round 2.
Back for round 2.
All right. Well, I'm always curious with folks who have competed, you know, whether it's their first year, they're just a couple seasons in, like, what is it about this competition that has called to you?
For me, like, I started out in coffee as like any baby barista does, doing latte art competitions, and I just started doing this competition because I really wanted to challenge myself to learn more, and I feel like every time I do it, I learn so much more about brewing and about myself and just about competition in general, so it's always a rewarding experience.
That's incredible. Tell me, just in the process of preparing to be here today, what is one of the most surprising things that you've learned?
Ooh, I don't know. That's a hard one. I feel like no matter how prepared I feel, I'm always like surprised to know how much more I still have to do. You know, like we got here and I was like, oh, my presentation's down, like I'm good, but there was still so much work to be done, and we were just grinding it until like the last minute.
That's what it's all about, right? Endlessly pushing yourself, finding, opening one door to find a new hallway behind it.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. Let's give it up one more time for you. And with that, folks, we have just 2 competitors left at US Brewers Cup today. So our round 1 will be concluding at the end of the day. We will have announcements happening around 5:30 p.m. Please be sure to check out the Cup Tasters stage today as well to see what is going on in the world of slurping coffees. We have all sorts of fun activations happening around the space still. Go see my guy, Will Johnson, over at Hugo Tea. Give it up for Will, everybody, all the way from Kansas City. We're in a delicious tea area right now, so if you're coffeeed out, our tea guys gotcha. However, if you still want more coffee, Josh from Savage Coffees is also back at the Slow Bar, brewing up some of their excellent coffees as well. We also have Brian Kwan at our X-Bloom station, brewing up all sorts of delightful coffees on those home machines. So pop around, check things out. There's a lot of fun stuff happening in between these sets.
Yeah, we'll come here tomorrow. Yeah, it would be like,
I would probably be French because someone slips up to something weird. I would get those.
Yeah, no, those are days, so we didn't miss it.
For coffee, no. Other things, maybe.
Well, yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's so great. But dude, no, the funny is like, honestly, right there, he feels like the way to talk to his friends. We all have our domains. And I do understand the fears of how to spread down. I get it. I can also like some days consider. But also the doors. Bro's got wings.
If Bro doesn't do a lap sprint during the year, it's a real missed opportunity.
Brother, I am there. It does suck, yeah. Actually, that reminded me of plants. Oh,
it's giving.
It's block party. It's like
I was gonna say it's giving.
You're not
It's like the start of a track because it's like wheeling.
Some variation there. Block party is here. You know, did
Yeah, I've just never missed the skate games, but I feel like I know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Jesus,
Sorry,
yeah, I'm curious what you said. After the interview.
I feel like there'll be like something where I'll be like, I don't know, like they're different.
You'd be like, I don't know, that's not
Yeah,
whatever, it's fucking out of mind.
God, yeah. Imagine you go the full phase, man. It's like, yeah, I've seen a lot of people wear this. I don't know what you want. It's pretty easy.
I can see it moving.
I hope he doesn't. If we don't get a bad rap, but
it's like, yeah, I'm not on his team.
he calls it, because I had like something like coaches.
They're like, those are a good prize. Oh, yeah, for sure. The leg, I'll leave. Right. Oh, yeah. I know what it takes to make tortillas. We had a slightly traumatic experience.
Don't worry, I'm gonna make tortillas.
And I was like, okay, cool. And I needed like 2 rices and so like 2.5 hours later, we had tortillas. It was like, well, what are we doing? They were really good. I can't knock the flavor.
You got this, bro.
Thanks, man. It was just like, I needed to get it at like 4:30, so I got like close to 7 before we waited. Yeah.
All right, folks. It is time for our penultimate competitor of round 1. All the way from Dallas, Texas, please join me in welcoming Ali Abd Raman.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. Hey, how's it going? Good to meet you. Hey. Hi there. Good to meet you. Hi there. You guys feeling ready? Awesome. Could I get my music, please? Time. Culture is something that we talk about a lot in our industry, and our work in specialty coffee has been to dismantle the culture of exploitation and inequitable value systems that has been handed to us. I believe as we step into this next era of specialty coffee, it is imperative that we build a culture based on community. But we can't do this so long as we view community through a Western, capitalist, and individualistic lens. I looked back into my own culture, and in Tagalog there's a word, kapwa. It roughly translates to togetherness or community, but a more accurate translation is an honoring and recognition of the interconnectedness of our well-beings to each other. It's in that spirit that I take the stage today, honoring the interconnectedness of our industry, tied together by the invisible string that is our passion for coffee. I take the stage as an individual, but more importantly, as a reflection of all the people who've helped me get here. So, let's follow that invisible string to Quindío, Colombia, where we find Finca Campo Hermoso and the producer of this coffee, Edwin Norena. Edwin has been hyper-focused on creating specific processing methods for varieties of coffee to give full and unique expressions of flavor. The coffee I brought for you today is a Gesha variety that Edwin created a 4-stage process for. 3 performed as whole cherry before being finished in a black honey process. The first fermentation takes place over 24 hours, imparting the subtle fruity and floral characteristics we all know and love from Gesha, and softening the cherry. Next, the coffee cherries are transferred to 2,000 kilogram tanks, where they are sealed, fully oxygen deprived, and carbonic macerated for 72 hours, imparting enhanced florality and intense, complex, and clean acidity to the coffee. After 72 hours, coffee cherries are removed from these tanks, and Edwin separates out the mosto from this coffee, a byproduct of carbonic maceration. It's a thick, sugary runoff liquid. He inoculates this with a brewer's yeast before reintroducing it to our coffee cherries in smaller 200 kilogram tanks, where they're sealed, oxygen deprived, and carbonic macerated for another 72 hours, imparting dessert life, lactic, and tropical fruit flavors to this coffee. After 72 hours, the coffee cherries are removed, depulped, and dried on raised beds for 10 days, giving this coffee body, sweetness, and structure for all of the other flavors to play off of, keeping this cup profile in balance. Now, roasting this coffee was going to be a challenge, especially because I'm not a roaster by trade. I am a barista, but I knew that my community would have my back. So I followed that invisible string of passion for coffee to Fort Worth, Texas. It's about 45 miles west of where I live in Dallas. Here, there's a place called Apparatus Coffee Technicians. My now friends, Todd and Jeff, opened their doors to me, gave me time on their roasters, giving me the time, knowledge, tools, and apprenticeship that I needed to learn how to roast coffee so that I could represent both my local and my global community on the stage today. It was here that I created 4 distinct roast profiles for this coffee. The first one, each one mirroring a different stage in Edwin's process. The first roast had a slightly extended Maillard time and shortened development time, accentuating the subtle fruity and floral characteristics of this coffee. My second roast had a slightly shortened Maillard time and extended development time, but lower rate of rise going into first crack, accentuating the complex and clean acidity and enhanced florality of carbonic maceration. My third roast had a shortened overall roast time, accentuating the dessert-like, lactic, and tropical fruit flavors of this coffee. And my last roast had an extended roast time overall, giving it sweetness, body, and structure, keeping the cup profile in balance, just like the black honey process in Edwin's process. Now, I knew that I wanted my brew recipe for this coffee to be an expression of community as well. Over the past several months, I've been inviting coffee lovers of all kinds to my home to brew and drink coffee with, to learn what was important to them about coffee. And I found that my community loves two things when it comes to coffee: flavor expression and comfort. These two things often seem diametrically opposed, and I took inspiration from that opposition in creating my brew recipe today. I start with the Hario Neo. It has a ribbed design allowing for high flow and high bypass, highlighting flavor expression through clear acidity and intense aromatics. I've paired this with a Hario switch base, allowing me to toggle between immersion and percolation. Utilizing immersion in the bloom allows me to bring sweetness and body to the cup, and allowing me to grind finer, because most of the extraction happens through immersion, without introducing any fines or bitterness in the final cup. My brew recipe essentially is as follows. I start with 14 grams of coffee. My total brew weight is 224 grams of water. This is a 1:16 ratio. I start with a 60-gram bloom that steeps for 1 minute. After 1 minute, I open the switch valve, allowing the coffee to drain for 5 seconds, before using a mellow drip to pour to my total brew weight of 224 grams. Utilizing the mellow drip, again, reduces agitation, allowing me to grind finer, unlocking more aromatics, sweetness, and clean acidity. What does this all mean in the cup for you judges? In the aroma, you'll find dried roses, lemongrass, candied ginger, and honeysuckle. This is going to be a medium-high intensity. In the flavors, when hot, you will find rose milk tea, hibiscus, raspberry, and orange blossom water. As the cup cools, these transform into tropical fruit notes of lychee, papaya, and pineapple. At cold, these flavors transform with the addition of Cara orange and pineapple juice. And it will be medium-high intensity for flavors all the way throughout. The acidity of this coffee is medium-high. Is medium at hot, like red plum. At cool and warm, it's medium. Like orange juice and citric. The sweetness of this coffee, when hot, is medium-high, like cane syrup, and it remains this way through all temperatures. The mouthfeel of this coffee when hot is silky and sparkling. As this cup cools, that transforms into milky and coating before reaching velvety at cold. The aftertaste of this coffee, when hot, is like white tea. It's quick and refreshing. As it cools, a sweetness presents itself and lingers slightly longer, like a roasted oolong. And at cold, it becomes pleasantly tannic and slightly citric, like Earl Grey tea. Judges, please evaluate the aroma directly from the carafe, swirling in the direction of these ridges, like so, as soon as this carafe is served to you. Enjoy. judges, I have a couple of tasting instructions for you. Write somewhere on your score sheet, Kapwa, K-A-P-W-A. And hold this concept, this concept of togetherness, the interconnectedness of our industry through the passion, through the invisible string that is our passion for coffee as you enjoy this coffee. Now, to taste this coffee, after I call time, feel free to decant into the glasses directly in front of you. It's been an absolute pleasure. That's my time.
Let's give it up to Ali. Ali, step on. Nicely done.
Thank you. Great
playlist too. Can you tell me what were some of the bands playing on your playlist?
That was all Turnover. For their 10-year anniversary, they released an instrumental version of Peripheral Vision.
That's sick. Man, I didn't pick up on it.
Yeah.
That's great. I really enjoyed it. Incredible. Tell me a little bit about how this routine came to be. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about your choice of the Neo Switch brewer, and yeah, just really everything that went into making this happen.
It's exactly like I said in the presentation. I've been hosting brewing sessions at my home for a while, and like before that, I kind of not lost the passion for coffee, but you know, it became mundane. I've been in coffee for a while, and there were a couple of really amazing coffee experiences and really great people that I met through coffee that I was like, oh wait, I love this, and I don't want to stop doing this. And so it was through the refinement of brewing together and learning more about coffee and reconnecting with people I hadn't talked to in a while through coffee, and realizing that the way that we can stay in coffee, despite all the other hardships that we have, is through our passion and through our community. So yeah, that's where it came from.
Incredible. Such a cool thing to see that fusion, because you're hustling full time with La Colombe and also just bringing all of this energy into the competition that we're at today. It's a true balancing act to nail a full-time gig and then also be bringing this home.
It was a little tough, but yeah, no, it was great.
So yeah, I'm so curious to hear a little bit more about your coffee blend itself too. You had such a wild like combo going on in there. Yeah, tell us a little bit more about how you arrived at this final kind of amalgamation of coffees.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not a roaster by trade. I was a barista turned account manager turned salesperson. And so I didn't know where to get green coffee or anything like that. So I started buying coffee from all over the place. And I found Edwin's coffee from Royal Coffee, shout out Royal Coffee, bought it, and it's fantastic, you know? There are so many different elements of this coffee that I really loved, so I wanted to find a way to like capture all of them. Taking a little darker with more development changed how it tasted, and I love the complexity of it. So I wanted to highlight all of that and combine 4 different roasts that I thought were killer.
Incredible. You've talked so much about the community support that got you here. Is there anybody you want to shout out while you're here?
Oh man, so many people. First of all, Danny, Warren, my girlfriend Hadley, all the people at La Colombe who let me come out here and kind of like ignore my job for a little bit so that I could do this. All of the DFW baristas, anyone that I've drank coffee with or served coffee to or got coffee from, you are a part of this, and I love you. So
incredible. All right, everybody, let's give it up one more time for Ali.
Woo! Thanks.
like over here, like just like being comfortable. My heart's racing. No, it seemed like you killed it though. Great job, man.
Thanks.
Killed it.
Appreciate it.
I'm starving.
3, testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
I know the judges already asked for a couple extra.
Yes. Round 1 for the United States Brewers Cup Championship. Gonna be going out in style here in just a minute, but I want to go ahead and take a moment to thank our sponsors. Event sponsor Roastronics. Let's give it up for Roastronics, everybody. We of course have the continued title sponsor support of Pacific Foods Barista Series. Shout out. There's some pistachio milk up here. If you guys want to try it, I highly recommend grabbing a carton and giving it a taste. We'd also like to thank our sponsor for the green coffee, Savage Coffees. Let's give it up for Savage Coffees. Option O for supplying the compulsory grinders, which you find on stage here. I'd like to thank Bun for supplying our hot water towers as well as the Cup Tasters Brewers. And additional thanks to our sponsors at Slow Pour Supply and Ernex. All right, we are still planning on announcements happening around 5:30 this evening. However, after that, if y'all are looking for a fun time in the Triangle, there is a throwdown happening over at Little Waves Coffee in Durham. It's going to be happening at their location on Chapel Hill Street. You can find the details on their Instagram. Big cash prize. I'll tell you what, it's been a minute since I've poured some latte art, but I feel pretty tempted to get back in the saddle for this one. So check it out on their Instagram. Make sure to go over there this evening. All right. Without further ado, our final competitor of the day. Please join me in welcoming Austin Bowers from Methodical Coffee in Greenville, South Carolina.
Welcome. Welcome. You good? Everybody comfortable? Almost. Could I try testing out my music, please? Just a little bit louder, please. Perfect. Let's start it from the beginning. All right. Time. Hello judges, it's my great pleasure to close out the second day of competitions for y'all. Not only that, but brew you a delicious cup of coffee. Before we begin, I would like to share with you a personal story of mine. I grew up as a third culture kid, someone who was raised in a culture different from their parents, and in turn creates another culture between their parents' culture, for me, the US, the culture I lived in, Colombia, and that final third culture, a synergistic combination of both. Coffee has a similar story, in my opinion. Starting in Ethiopia, traveling around the world, and where it went, it left its impact, but the impact was also left on coffee. That's a big reason why I chose this coffee for you today. I've chosen to blend 3 coffees. 60% of my blend is a natural Heath bourbon from Felipe Trujillo in Antioquia, Colombia. It is grown at 1,900 meters above sea level. The next 20% of my blend is from Pitalito Huila. It's grown by Dionel Chilito at 1,700 meters above sea level, and it's a washed geisha. The final component of my blend is 20% of a geisha grown by Frankie Hoyos in Pitalito Huila.
This gesha is thermal shocked and yeast inoculated. I chose to blend these 3 coffees, first starting with Felipe's natural pink bourbon because it adds body and mouthfeel along with sweetness to my coffee. Jonel's washed geisha I chose because it has a bright citric acidity and floral notes. And Frankie's coffee I chose because it has intense flavors of rose and lychee. Together, those coffees come together to form a product that's better than them individually. A little bit more about the processing. The natural from Felipe starts in open air tanks and then proceeds to sealed tanks. This gives it the natural process that we're used to from Colombia, but with a modern twist. Dionel's wash geisha is a traditional wash. And what I mean by that is that it's depulped, fermented in an open tank, and then dried. And finally, Frankie Otis coffee is a modern version of geisha, where the processing elevates the original varietal. This thermal shock process begins with hot temperatures that open up the beans and prime it for fermentation. This fermentation happens with the aid of a yeast, which provides this complexity that I'm looking for in my brew. Now, how did I decide to elevate the flavors of those coffees? First, through roasting. My friend Josh and I worked on these 3 roasts together. We roasted each coffee individually to highlight their individual sweetness, complexity, and clarity in the final cup. These coffees were roasted for 14 minutes, and they each ended between 395 and 400 degrees Fahrenheit. And today, these coffees have rested for 15 days to provide optimum clarity and intensity of flavor. The next synergistic step in my coffee is water. I've chosen to take water from Greenville County, where I reside, that started at 25 ppm, and I've accentuated it with Apex Labs mineral concentrates, bringing it to a total of 104 ppm. Minerals like potassium, magnesium, and silica elevate this coffee, bringing out more acidity, floral notes, and sweetness. Along with that, the water starts at a temperature of 200 degrees Fahrenheit to optimally bloom the coffee. And I will not be returning my kettles back to their stands so that the temperature of the brew can gradually go down so we avoid bitterness. Next, my recipe. I ground, just like I roasted, all 3 of these coffees separately so that they can individually shine. But then I have layered them in your cup. First, starting with the coarsest grind setting for my washed geisha from Dionel. Then I proceeded to add Frankie Otis's thermal shock geisha on top of that because it's slightly coarser. And finally, Felipe Trujillo's natural pink bourbon on top because it is the finest of the 3. This layering allowed me to bring balance to my cup and keep consistency between brews. Now for the actual brewing. I begin with the drip assist. This is a water dispersion tool which has 2 rings. The inner ring has a higher agitation rate. The outer ring has a slower agitation rate. These different agitations help me to accentuate the bloom and saturate the bed of the coffee fully. I've divided my water, which is 225 grams total, into 5 different pours. Each of these being 45 grams. The first 2 pours will go down the middle to open the coffee and allow it to fully saturate, followed by a 3rd pour, which will go on the side to even out the brew. Next, the 4th and 5th pours will begin on the outer and end on Well, no, the third pour will be on the outer ring only. This will bring evenness to my coffee. Finally, the fourth and fifth pours, as I was saying, will begin on the outside and end on the middle. Along with that, the coffee that's in the inside is 15 grams, which means we have a 1 to 15 ratio. I found this ratio to be the best version of this coffee, accentuating acidity, balance, and intensity. Now, for the flavors that I expect you to have in this cup. Beginning with the aroma, you will be met with a high intensity that is floral, like passion fruit, rose, and dark chocolate. Next, we have the flavor, which is medium-high throughout. Beginning at hot, you will have flavors that are mango and tangerine. As it warms, mango will still be there, but the tangerine will melt away to a nectarine and cherry. In cool, we will still have mango, but the nectarine and cherry will turn into lychee and rose tea. Next, the aftertaste. It is long but pleasant, with dark chocolate and orange blossom from hot to warm. Cool will be tropical and dry like red wine. The acidity is medium, being malic and citric from hot to warm. And at cool, it will be tartaric. Next, the sweetness of this coffee is medium-high, with flavors of cherry cordial when hot, and rose syrup when warm, and passion fruit when it fully cools. Finally, the mouthfeel is silky and full. Then, when it goes to warm, it will be juicy like cherry. Finally, it will be juicy and coating like mango. It has been my great pleasure to brew this coffee for you today, and I hope that you enjoy your experience with it. Time.
Let's give it up for Austin Bowers. All right, come on up here, Austin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Closing out the day. How are you feeling?
Good, a little bit nervous.
Awesome. Understandably so. Awesome, what a fun performance. Not only did Austin deliver a brew of 3 Colombian coffees after having this incredible, cultural link to Colombia that he started this out with. It's my understanding you were in Colombia Tuesday.
Yes, I was.
Awesome.
I just got back on Tuesday.
And you got here when?
I came up on Wednesday, so I flew in Tuesday night, did my laundry, spent 12 hours with my kids and my wife, and then started a 4-hour drive up to here.
That's incredible. I love the dedication of making the home pit stop before going on to the next.
Yeah, for sure.
Incredible. Well, tell me about this blend that you built. We've got 3 really intriguing coffees kind of colliding here.
Yeah.
How did you come to this specific blend?
Well, there's 2 very important people in this process that I'll be going with. First, one of them is here, Juan Diaz. I reached out to him, and I asked him for his favorite coffee. No, I'm just kidding. I asked him for a really good coffee, and he had a lineup of coffees that were stellar. And this one, the Frankie Hoyos Thermal Shot, Gesha,
I just love the like tropical vibes and the rose. I really like floral notes in coffee. And then the next person is Felipe Trujillo. He's like a fully vertically integrated farmer, exporter. He roasts in Colombia as well. And we've served his coffee at Methodical for numerous years. And this year I had the opportunity to buy the Think Bourbon Natural from him. And he regretted selling it to me because I bought the whole lot, and then he really liked it at the end. He wanted to sell it to more people. So I let him keep a few boxes. And then he connected us to Dionel Chilito, who's been operating in Huila for some time. The Chilito family has worked with Felipe at his mill, and his gesture is always one of my favorite gestures every year.
Incredible.
Yeah.
What a stellar blend of three coffees here.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit more about what you do at Methodical. What is
Sure. My title just changed, but basically it's sourcing, quality control, and sourcing coffee and tea and quality control.
No biggie. Yeah. Sounds like a real chill time.
Yeah, it's fun.
That is a very fun combo of things. Obviously, you were in Colombia recently. So yeah, how's your travels there?
It was great. Well, we were visiting another partner of ours called Unblended. They have a young producer program where they have a camp twice a year, and they invite people from all across the industry to attend and just share ideas and cup coffee together, and it was a blast.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, Austin, thank you so much for sharing about your experiences here today and sharing these incredible coffees.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's give it up one more time for Austin Bowers. And with Austin's performance, we are at the end of round one. So we have one more Cup Tasters Heat for the day, and then we will be getting down to round one announcements. Plan is still 5:30 p.m., so feel free to duck out, get some fresh air, or hang out in this space. We've still got all of our super fun activations happening. And yeah, we'll be back in about an hour and some change.
He understood the assignment.
Allowed us to enjoy our assignment.
Yes.
Know it?
Let's do it.
There's nothing they can do that I can do better. But again, there's nothing I can do that I can't do better. Yeah, I'm better. I said I'm better. I gotta do stuck in my face, really rules in my head. I'm from the same world that made me who I am. You sweat, skin, when you out of bed. Too blessed to be so stressed. I do everything just to say get off my day. Mixed emotions for hitting my focus. What you wanted, what's wrong with you? You don't make sense.